Hello, hello, hello. Good morning and welcome to another Monday. It is Monday, right? I feel like I should probably know that, but I don't know why today is just feeling like different. I know why. It's because it's overcast, and I think this is only the second overcast day since I've moved here. Anyway, I hope you guys had an amazing weekend. I did. We did the Phantom Tollbooth read along, and it was so much fun. So I hope you were able to make that, even if I didn't see you there in the comments. And if you didn't, I hope you still had a great weekend. So I'm going to share about what I'm going to be working on today, and I'm going to be putting a timer up. So we'll actually have a timer. I knew I was forgetting something, but for the life of me, I couldn't figure out what it was, and it was the timer. Anyway, yeah, so let me go ahead and share with you guys what I have going on today, and then I will check in on the comments and see what's up with you guys. All right, I'm like trying to work on a timer in the background while I'm talking. Wasting time. All right, so my first plan for today is I need to get my to-do list together. So this is my little weekly planner, which is Hobonichi Weekly. And oh my gosh, guys, I know I've shown it before, but it bears repeating. Ah, get it? Bears. Oh my gosh, what mood am I in today? And then I have my little to-do list where I break out like hourly like schedule if I have that much going on, which today I don't because I'm here with you guys. And then my to-do list. And then thanks to the Phantom Toll Booth read along, I've added a section that says easy, useless jobs. So all those things will go down there to remind me that they do exist, but maybe I shouldn't focus on them. Oh, I'm in a mood today. And then the main book I'm going to be reading today is a novel bookstore. So I started this last week. I got about 52 pages in, which isn't very far into the story. I think it's like 400 some odd pages long. And this is a mystery about a small town in France where people start suddenly getting killed or having like attempts made at knocking them off because they all belong to this literary criticism group. So interesting, interesting. And I may put some time in on And Ladies of the Club, but I really want to try and finish a novel bookstore before the end of the month. No reason why, but I just do. Probably because it was on my July TBR, so I want to feel like I finished that. And then I'm definitely going to be listening to my one song in Year of Wonder. And I've been talking a lot about this book. And I did finally start a group in Discord because someone was like, would you consider doing an accountability group? Because they had picked up the book, but noticed that they weren't keeping up with listening to one song every day. So I have started that in my Discord, and yeah, that is everything. Oh, I have a random clip from a bookmark. I'm still working my way through my coffee, so we'll see how that goes. But what are you guys up to today? Sorry, I'm like turning away from you a lot, fiddling with the stuff that I'm sitting with on the couch. So let's see. And yes, good evening, Heather. Yes, hello to the future, from the future. You're in the future. I hope you had a good day. I hope Monday was a good start for you and nice to have you here in the evening and then tomorrow morning. And Diana, good morning. Good morning. How are you? Hello, Zoe. How are you? You forgot these were starting. Yes. Isn't that always a nice surprise when you're like, oh, I forgot somebody was sprinting? And hello, Francesca. It's been a while. Nice to have you here as well. Yep. Good night for you as well. Yes, you and Heather are all the way over there. I hope you also had a good day and that you have a good morning tomorrow. And Anne, good morning. We bought new patio furniture yesterday. Okay, and you'll be putting it together. Well, hopefully you'll get it together. It'll be easy and seamless, and you'll be able to spend the rest of the day enjoying it. That sounds lovely. I love a good patio furniture set because if I have nice furniture to sit on and the weather is good, I love sitting outside. And Jenny, hello, how are you? Nice to have you here. I don't think I've seen you before. So if this is your first time here, welcome. If you haven't been here in a while, welcome back. Oh, well, let me know what you're reading today. Everybody, if you're reading, let me know what you're reading. And Heather will be trying to finish up The Good House. Ooh, I haven't heard of that one. You had a great weekend with clamming. Oh my gosh. Though mainly lots of swimming. I could see how clamming could turn into swimming for sure. That sounds fun. Did you like it? Was it your first time clamming? Like, I feel like I would enjoy, like, the experience of clamming, but then I wonder, like, because 'cause I'm allergic to to seashells. What a horrible allergy that would be. I'm allergic to shellfish. So, like, I wonder, like, it's a food allergy, so I'm assuming I could touch them. Yeah, I for sure should be able to touch them because until I found out I was allergic, I was still eating fried clams, not regularly. Ooh, my voice. And Francesca, it's been so busy for you the last few weeks, but now you're on summer holiday. Yay, catching up on your reading. Still trying to choose a book. Fair enough. Yes. Well, happy holiday to you. I hope you have a good time off. And hello, Diva Christina. Trying to finish up a mystery book called Death in Castle Dark. Ooh, okay. And then I'm going to read whatever the Libby Library app is about to snatch back. There. And hello, Elkie. How are you? Good afternoon. You've already been to the library and went grocery shopping, and now you're ready to read. And you're reading The Woman in the Window. Oh, who's that by? Why does that sound familiar? What is it about? Give me the details because that does sound familiar. And I feel like I should be able to picture the front, but maybe not. And Zoe's listening to the new Riley Sager. Nice. So you can join the Literary Dead discussion. Cool. And also trying to get some editing done. Nice. You've got your work cut out for you. Oops. I skipped you, Christina. Good morning. Currently reading The Perks of Being a Wallflower and 100 Years of Solitude. Oh, nice. You're in the banned book realm. So, well, I hope you enjoy both. I have not read The Perks of Being a Wallflower. I have um I have heard of it, and I believe my niece really likes it. And I actually DNF'd 100 Years of Solitude. Like I couldn't get over some of the relationships. I was like, we're just not even going to comment on that. We're just going to, I mean, I get it was more common back then, but there's some things that I just can't get over. And it's your second time here. Okay, okay. Well, welcome back then. Nice to have you again. And Diana is still working on the German saga, the Nibelungenlied. Oh, that sounds like a German saga. What does that title mean? Do you know? Have they told you? I feel like I should be able to figure it out, but my German's not good enough to know what 2 or 3 words got combined there. And Heather, since the clams are out of season, they're the ones you're allowed to take from the beach. Oh, okay. And have basically all been swiped already. Yeah, swipe or no swiping. And we found maybe 20. Okay, well, that's not bad, but it was fun and lots of weird hip shimmying. That's funny. I'm glad you had a good time. Elkie said it's by AJ Finn and it's also a movie. Maybe it's the movie that I'm thinking of then, because the author doesn't sound familiar. You have to shimmy and dig your toes into the sand. Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, that's the getting them out part, right? Like, oh gosh, that's funny. And Metzley, good morning. How are you doing today? What are you up to? Let us know. And hellos to Metzley. And Anne, a friend is coming to help. Oh, nice. Yeah, you don't deal with the putting things together. I don't blame you. Like some are easier than others, and others after a while you're like, I'd rather do a Rubik's Cube. Like, what's going on? Especially when you get the ones that are like trying to be like IKEA, or even, let's be honest, sometimes IKEA, where they're like, oh, we're not going to include like words. It's just all pictures. And then you get to the point where you're like, what is that person in the picture doing? Like, what are they putting together? Because I don't think it's the same thing I'm putting together. Like, anybody had that experience? Is it just me? And good morning, Alicia. Getting ready to go to the grocery store. Nice. What you getting? Anything fun? And Francesca, it's gonna be Interview with the Vampire tonight. Ooh, I haven't read that, but I feel like it would read really well. And Metzley says hello to Heather. All right, very good. That is the last comment I can see. So I'm going to go ahead and have us jump into our first, I was going to say chapter, which it may be for you, the first chapter you're jumping into. But I'm going to have us jump into our first sprint. And my first sprint is going to be made up of getting my to-do list together and then probably getting a heating pad because my back is killing me and then sitting down and reading. So I'm looking forward to that. Let me see if I can get the timer going here. Everything is a little slow today, but it's user error. That's what's really going on. Oh, and our first sprint is going to be 45 minutes. Oh, I did change that. I was like, I thought I changed it. There we go. All right, I'll see you all in 45. Hello, hello, and welcome back. How'd it go? How was your first sprint? Mine was good. I did get my full list of things that I'm going to be working on today, all spelled out over there for myself. So that'll be super helpful. What else did I do? I brought in the trash because that needed to happen. And I did get my heating pad, which is like working the kinks out of my back. Which it's, like a semi-broken heating pad, I swear, because not really, but it just gets scrunched up and then I have to pull it out. Otherwise, it feels like it's a fire on my back. It gets a little hot. Um, and then I got probably about 10 or 12 pages read in a novel bookstore because I was doing all of those other things. And this book is so interesting, guys, especially as a book lover and stuff. And I am really enjoying the writing style. I am enjoying like the very subtle humor and wit that is in here. I even enjoyed the it's not even like the dedication of the book. It's just the opening comment from the author. I'm going to read it to you. So it says writers who belong to a press organization, a literary prize jury, an academy, or any other cultural institution could not be quoted in this novel. Many of them would have been, naturally, if they had not occupied said positions of power. And I was like, ooh, intriguing. And yeah, so very, very interesting book. Like a good mystery, a lot of like funny book humor, and some very thought provoking things about literature and that entire realm. So let me see how you guys were doing when we left off. People were saying their hellos and good mornings to each other, and now my comments are stuck. So there we go. Alicia was saying, oh, that she's buying at the grocery store stuff for lasagna and Cuban sandwiches. Yes, please. And Heather was saying, was asking Francesca if she's watching the adaptation of the book that she's reading, which is Woman in the Window, I think is what it was called. And Metzley is doing great. Literally just woke up. Ooh, that's nice. Nice night of sleep. And the directions for the bookshelves from IKEA were not even in English. Yeah, I don't think they ever really are. Not that I've seen anyway. It's very rare that they are. And Francesca finished it. Nice. And has also read the book before years ago. Oh, okay. And the series was good, though you really liked it. Okay. Hoping to get a little further in the series since you stopped at, I don't know what that is, but I'm assuming that's at some earlier point. All right. Well, I hope you're able to make it further along. Metzley's reading the postcard. Nice. And you're in the last 100 pages. Very good. Hopefully, you'll finish it soon. And Walk in the Woods, good morning, good afternoon to you. How are you? Saw a play, The Ring of Nibelung, when you lived in Germany. Oh, the music was Richard Wagner. Oh, okay. And you're reading The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn and some other books. Very nice. Are you reading Huck Finn so that you can then read James? That's my plan. And good morning, LA. How are you? You're reading The Dictionary of Obscure Sorrows. Ooh, I like that. How is it? Um, and hello, is it Zemia? And you're reading A Little History of Economics. I like the sound of your book. And welcome here. Thanks for sharing what you're reading. And let me know how to pronounce your name correctly. Hello, Viviana. How are you this morning? Nice to see you back. And you're reading The Shining. Ooh, scary. Good for you. On page 200. I hope you are enjoying that. And good morning, Alicia. How are you? Yes, happy to have sprints today. And you're trying to finish up A Kingdom of Flesh and Fire. Oh, who's that by? That's not a Sarah J. Maas, is it? And you're gonna film a couple of videos for August. Nice, I know, because August somehow, guys, is already upon us. And hello, Tammy. How are you? I hope you're doing well today. What are you up to? What are you reading? Well, lots of people joined during that sprint. Good morning, Allison. How are you? I don't think I've seen you here before, so welcome. And you're going to be reading La Folle by Nova Kane. Okay, I'm sure I pronounced that title incorrectly, but let me know what your book is about. And good morning, Christina. How are you? I know you had a fabulous birthday weekend. Yes, hydrate. I was about to say hydrate and subscribe. I might need a second cup of coffee. Hydrate and the rest of the sentence there that I somehow am struggling to read. Like the button, hug the like button. Gosh, it's gonna be a day. Hello, Ricardo. How are you this morning or afternoon for you? How's your day going? And Heather says hello. Christina's saying hello to friends. And Zoe says, it's too warm in England today. Oh, really? What's the temperature there today? I don't know what our high is supposed to be, but it's like mid 70s Fahrenheit here. And just got a Twitter notification that the author Edna O'Brien has passed away. Oh, I'm not familiar with her, I don't think, but that's sad. It's always sad when you lose an author because it's like that's the end, of an era. And Christina, yeah, here too. Oh, okay, it's warm where you are, but it's not the temperature as much as the humidity. That is true. Where I am the last 2 days, yesterday and today, um, we've had rain, and so the humidity has gone way up, even though the temperature is not that hot. And it's 77 with humidity at 80%. Oh, yeah. It's definitely a remember to hydrate kind of day. So true. Which seems the opposite. You would think the more humid it is, that the less you would need to hydrate, but no. Yeah, and it's not even 10 yet. Yep, exactly. And Heather, same 99 or oh, it's really hot where you are. Oh my gosh. Oh, and so oh gosh, I would hate that too. I'm sorry, Heather. Hopefully it'll cool down as you go into the evening. And Viviana says 74 degrees outside today. Okay, so not too bad where you are. That's good. And Alicia's saying hello. And Zoe did one work. Nice. And yes, hello, Val. And Zoe, it's like 76 degrees there. Okay. You're on the beach. Okay. You just have no heat tolerance. I don't either. I like whatever part of the body is that's supposed to regulate like heating and cooling, mine's broken. Like I overheat really badly, and then once I'm cold, forget it. I'm never getting warm ever again. In LA, are you doing WIT readathon next month? What is that? Oh, Women in Translation. I had to think about it. Back to the need a second cup of coffee. Um, no, I have yet to do that. I will probably unintentionally be doing that. In fact, I should look because I read a lot of translated work. And I feel like it's super unlikely that there's some work that I'm reading that has not been translated by that is not a woman that has been translated. But I don't usually participate in read-alongs like that because I don't know. I think I sometimes just because a lot of the TBRs that people put together are newer books, like released in the last couple of years, and that's not what I tend to read. I tend to just not even think of picking things for that, even though I could totally pick backlisted books or classics or whatever. So I might go through my August TBR and see if something just happens to fit that. But what are you planning on reading? Are you gonna do a TBR? Have you already done a TBR? Let me know. And Christina's saying hello. Metzley just read 10 pages and you'll read the rest in the next sprint. Yep, same as me. Good morning, Alex. How are you? Spending the morning editing pictures from the baseball and rewatching old telenovelas. Oh, nice. The drama. I know. I know. There's literally, it's such satisfying drama. Like, I don't know why. Like, you know what it is? I think telenovelas are like the modern TV equivalent of a sensation novel, where it's just like super high drama. I love it. I love it. And good morning, Tia. How are you? You finished your morning routine. Nice. And you're now at work and listening to At First Spite. Love it. And loving it so far. Great. I'm glad you're enjoying it. And hello. Yes, I said hello to you earlier, Christina. You did some journaling while listening to a portion of your book on Audible. How do you do that at the same time? I would start like journaling what I'm listening to. I couldn't do it. That's good. Alex still has to finish the Phantom Toll Booth, and you're only a quarter of the way through your book club book for Wednesday. Okay, so you have your work cut out for you, but I hope you enjoy the rest of the Phantom Toll Booth. Thanks for all the pictures you shared. And Alicia, the IKEA directions. Yeah, I know. Picture by picture, not a fan. I know. Hope you got the bookshelf together. Yeah, like for the simple things, that IKEA thing is okay. Like it's helpful that they put it there for people who don't want to read instructions, but like include a link. Like, could you do a QR code for those of us who don't mind reading? Because, like I said, sometimes those IKEA pictures are like, I don't think you're putting together the same object. Like, and then I swear, like, I don't know if you've had this experience, but I swear there's times where in the picture, the guy is blocking what he's doing. So then I'm like, I can't see what you're doing. Like, how is your illustration blocking the object that I need to see? Like, anybody else have these experiences with IKEA? I swear. And Alex, I just finished listening to Huck Finn, so you could read James. Yes. I'm super excited, guys, because I've been wanting to read James, but like I'm like, I'll get to it eventually. I didn't own a copy. And then I was at the local bookstore and I was trying to see if they had any shelves of like upcoming releases or anything like that. And I saw they had this shelf of a whole bunch of unrelated books. And I realized it was their book club shelf because they have a couple of book clubs there throughout the month. And one of the book clubs in September is reading James. And I was like, perfect. It was a perfect excuse to buy the book, is really what it was. But I was like, but I'll also go to the book club because then I'll have like in person people to meet and book club with. And Zoe reading Huck Finn and then James might be a fun couple of read alongs. Oh, that's true. That's true. I have to figure out when I'm gonna do it though, because I'd probably have to do it in August because I have to have James finish by September 17th is the book club. Um, and I don't have a copy of Huck Finn. Like I had a copy and then I gave it away because I was like, yeah, I don't think I'm gonna want to read this, and I don't regret that. Um, and I think I put it in a little free library. And I can also get it from the local library, which is what I intend to do is check it out from there because I want to read it before owning it. But because I'm going to read James, I might end up wanting to own it. Anyway, I'm getting stuck on this thought. Probably what will happen, Zoe, is because I know a lot of people are reading it, is I might mention that I'm going to read it and do it during sprints, work on both books during sprints during August and September. So that might be how it happens because I already have a different Barnacle Buddy read along set up for August. I was like, what month is that? But maybe if some of us are interested, we could all get on Voxer and we could share. So let me know what you guys think about that. Okay, so Alicia, A Kingdom of Flesh and Fire is the second book in the From Blood and Ashes. Okay, okay. I thought I had heard the name, and I'm like, I don't think that's a shit Sarah J. Mass, but then like everybody's been doing the a blah 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 of something or another. Good morning, Nani. How are you today? And you're starting the second book from Percy Jackson, The Sea of Monsters. Nice. And how do we prepare a coffee? Good question. I am a coffee machine coffee drinker. So I currently normally I just have a regular like, pour and drip coffee maker, coffee pot thing. using reusable Keurig pods in a little, like, mini Keurig because there was no coffee pot in this house, which we weren't anticipating. Um, and let me know how you make your coffee, Nani. Anne says, Alicia, I found the directions in English online. Ooh, okay. I like their shelves too. We will probably be buying more. And before you're like, but Nicole, you had some, because I did, um, they were literally from when IKEA first came out with them. And if we weren't moving, would have held up for a lot longer. But they've been moved 3, 4 times. And I will tell you, they do not hold up that well to moving that many times. Like we had to reconstruct the backing on all of them. And I have seen videos online about how to reinforce them in general, but I didn't want to move and have to reconstruct them and reinforce them. And by the time I did all that and bought the supplies and the tools needed, I was like, I'm just gonna buy new shelves. Plus, I've mentioned before, a lot of homes in this area come with built-in bookshelves, so I might not need to buy them at all. And yeah, you support the coffee. Viviana said those liquid IVs are delicious. I worry about those because I have issues with high potassium drinks. So I'll have to look and see what's in those. And iced coffee is good. Yes. And Betsley just drinks black coffee. I have like cream and sugar flavored, like my cream and sugar is coffee flavored, is what I have going on in my cup. Maybe next Monday, if you guys remind me, I'll show you the color of my coffee so you get an idea of what I'm talking about. And Allison, it's the second time you joined. Oh, okay. Wonderful. Well, welcome back. And your book is a dark, weird, unhinged book making you question your sanity with two-page trigger warnings. Oh my gosh. That sounds intense, but I'm glad you're enjoying it. And okay, she's an Irish author. You got 2 of her books when you were in Ireland. Nice. Oh, but that's still sad that she passed. And the temps are coming down in Maryland. Okay, but it's still high 80s, low 90s. And that's a relief. Yep, I can believe it. I was in Virginia. That's where we moved from. And the summer has been rough. Ah, you've never begged for winter. I know it has been like this summer took a long time to come in that area, which seems like I'm sure a far distant memory now. But when it came, it was like full bore scorching summer. Alex says my heat tolerance isn't great either, and the high humidity ends up triggering anxiety because you feel like you can't breathe. Yep, I can totally understand that. And then your kids playing sports in the heat. Yeah, that would make me anxious. Yeah. You're just a ball of nerves. Oh, you poor thing. I hope it cools down soon for you guys. And Nani, yes, that's why you love watching your YouTube channel because your TBRs seem more fun. You think that some newer books are just, what can you tell me? Well, I know that a lot of people that are like, especially mainly viewers of YouTube, that one of the things they said is kind of challenging sometimes as a viewer is that it seems like everybody's reading the same books, right? Which can happen if everybody's doing the same readathons. So, but it's a hard tension because, if you like contemporary fiction and literary fiction and newer things, then you're going to read that. But it happens to be what everybody who likes those genres are reading. But it's the same in everything. Like, I mean, a lot of the classics people, like, we're all reading the same classics for the most part. And Heather says Japan summers are notoriously terrible, and this year even worse than normal. Though, where is it not true? And you've been going into work at like 6 to avoid the heat, plus the rush on the train. That makes sense, and that's good that you're able to do that. Metzley wants to know which telenovela is being watched. And I haven't watched any in a long time. LA says, I don't do them, but I plan on trying a readathon next month. And you're not following the prompts. Oh, I didn't even know there were prompts. Oh, I think it counts. I mean, you know. As it discusses in here, there are no book police, so no one's gonna come after you. You have 6 books on your shelves by women translated by women. Oh, yeah, well, see, to me, that would count. I thought that's all it was. I didn't realize there were, like, then specific prompts. And I've gotten you much more interested in classics. Nice. There are some good ones out there. There are some that are like, "Yeah, no, let's avoid that." But there are some good ones that are, like, just as good as some of the modern stuff and whatever. In LA, happy about that because you can reduce your physical TBR. Yep, always a good thing, I say as I sit at a table full of new purchases. And Nani, so you just did your research for book 2001 and discovered that The Shadow of the Wind was published that year. Oh, lucky. And if you don't know what Nadi's talking about, in August, I haven't announced it yet, but I've been talking about it on the live streams. We're going to do a year of your birth read along where we're all going to get on and read together on a Saturday a book that was published in the year that we were born. So that's a good choice. And Heather says, "Me too, Anne." Oh, I'm glad. And LA, same, and I'm liking them more than I thought you would. Yeah, I know. I think people, you know what it is I think at least in American schools, they push some of the ones that sometimes I don't think are topics that would be interesting to high schoolers. And then other times they just push ones that I'm like, that's not a good book. Like, stop. It might be interesting to study in college, but it's not a book that most would find interesting. And Alex, my last reread of Jane Eyre had me thinking this would be a great telenovela. You're right about them being like a sensational novel. Yeah, definitely. And I'm hoping James is the Booker Prize longlist tomorrow. Oh, it's tomorrow. You're right, because it's the 30th tomorrow. Yeah, I am too. I am too. Like, if it's not on the long list, wait, can it be on the long list for this year? Yeah, it can. It was the Pulitzer, it couldn't be on the long list for. Yeah, if it's not on the long list for the Booker, like, I'm questioning things. I'm really questioning things. Um, yeah, we'll just leave it at that. And how about a story graph read along for James? Oh, yeah, that's a really good idea. Yeah, because that's really easy to set up and people can read it at any point. Thank you for reminding me of that. I wish on Storygraph I could do a combo of the two, but I can do one for each book. And if you don't know what Alex is talking about, on the Storygraph, they allow you to set up read alongs where you can leave comments about the book you're reading at the pace that you read it. And you see everybody else's comments that they've left when you get to that same chapter in your book. And they set it up based on the specific book, like publication of the book that you're reading, the specific edition. That's what I'm trying to get at. So if we had different editions of the book, the page numbers for everybody's comments would be set to the page numbers in your edition. So it's pretty easy, but yes, that's a good idea, Alex. I will do that for both Huckleberry Finn and James. And if I remember, I will set it up in the next sprint because I can set it up today to start August 1st, and I'll have it go through the end of September for both of them. And so we can do those. And surely somebody's already got to be doing that, but we'll do our own thing. And Zoe usually goes, I'm going to get through these quicker because, like, what am I doing? Zoe says, I usually go to my local Greek bakery, ooh, yum, for an iced latte and my daily social interaction. Nice. And you know what, guys? I'm going to make these comments bigger because I'm like, what are they saying? Let's see here. What makes it? That's slightly bigger. Oh my gosh. It's so tiny on my screen. You don't even know. You don't even know. Okay. My coffee is super simple, just coffee and a bit of creamer and a bit of sugar. You go to cafes for the fancy stuff. So do I. And LA Keurig with Jordan skinny syrups. Nice. Oat milk creamer, which is great, and a packet of stevia. Nice. Nani, make my coffee in a coffee pot, 2 ice cubes. And this is Alicia. I made it sound like Nani was saying this. Teaspoon of sugar, quarter cup of creamer, and the rest coffee. Ooh, you've got like a recipe going, Alicia. Viviana, I believe that I'm the only reader who doesn't have a TBR. You buy books as you read them. It's awesome. No, I don't think you are, because I swear there seems like there's a few booktubers who even do that. And I think there's definitely some pros to doing it. So if it works for you, good for you. And Alicia, glad you found the instructions. Yeah, definitely. And Alex could not with the black. Yeah, me neither. I also could not do it. I also wish I could, but I also can't. Black coffee is good with a dash of honey and cinnamon. I have heard that. I have tried that. I have failed that. You only do that when you're serious weight loss and diet change, though. Yeah. Karen, good morning, Karen. You're reading The Boys in the Boat. It's a reread, but you need it for athletes for a reading challenge. Nice. And Heather says to Viviana, that probably is the same thing to do. Your TBR is now like 9,000 books. Yeah, yeah, exactly. And you don't own most, though. Well, hey, there's that at least. And Ellie says to Viviana, that's the best way to do it. You want to get to the point of only buying when it's time to read. I don't know. I kind of like having a library. I was just thinking to myself today, I don't own the 1,000 books to have an official, home library, but I wouldn't mind if I did. But that would then probably be my cat. And just Googled instructions for Billy bookshelves. Okay, good to know. Allison, it is intense, exactly what you needed, and you're just in the mood for dark romances and weird things. Well, hey, there you go. And it takes willpower. Yes, I bet it does. So that says a lot about you, Viviana. Hey, Coda, how are you? I hope you have a great day at work today. And Alicia, we're in the year of El Nino. That makes sense. Here in Florida, it's 92. Oh my gosh, 94% humidity. I am sorry, Alicia. More hellos for Coda. And Zoe went to Japan in August, and you actually think you nearly died. Me. Reading the Country Girls trilogy. Oh, see, there you go. Edna O'Brien. And Viviana, the cost of living in New Jersey is astronomical. Yes, I have heard that. And you're a stay-at-home mom and you prefer it this way. Oh, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. It suits your lifestyle, right? Well, I'm glad you found something that works for you and you still get to read. And Heather, truly the worst time to come, though there's less tourists than in cooler months. True. So at least there's that silver lining. Alex watched the first episode of Fuego en la Sangre by Eduardo Yanez. It's so extra. Don't know how to over the N in his name. Oh, yeah, how to do the Inye on your keyboard. I don't either. And hashtag birth along, yes. Ooh, year of birth. Yeah, our birth along. Sounds good. Yeah, you should join us. And the temp went up like 2 degrees in less than 10 minutes. Oh my gosh, yes. Find a cave, Christina, and get in it. And Ricardo was born in 1999. So Marina, oh my gosh, Ricardo, stop. That's amazing. I didn't think about that. And Heather just went and looked at your TBR because of Nani's comment, and there are so many lesser known books from 1996, and you're wondering which one to choose. Yes. Okay, guys, I don't think I'm going to get to. Oh were you guys looking at me like, Nicole, you're not about to get to the end of the comments anytime soon? Because, yeah, I'm not about to get to the end of the comments anytime soon. So I'm going to pause there. I'm going to let you guys continue to chitter chat. We're going to go to a sprint and I'll continue with the comments when we get back because I just looked, yeah, I'm not close. I want to get back to reading. So, all right, I'm going to start our timer. And for those of people who are working and doing other things, I'm going to stop talking. All right, here we go. Oh, let me change our timer so that we get an hour in. And then we'll come back and we will talk again. And I'll set our break to 20 minutes. So we'll have an hour of work, a 20-minute chat. I'll get through as many comments as I can, and then we'll get back to it. All right, I'll see you all in an hour. Hello, hello, welcome back. I am totally enthralled by my book. Oh my gosh, guys. So I read mm, just about 20 pages in that time, and then I also spoke to my mom. But guys, this book, it's like putting me in my happy place. So I'm finally at the part where I'm starting to figure out like exactly what this book is about and what's going on. And the wit and humor that's built into here is so great, but ooh, wow, is he making some serious critiques about the publishing world and book critics and all the things, and saying things that nobody's going to want to hear if you're just a fan, or there are definitely people who will want to hear what he has to say, but it's stepping on toes for sure, because he's getting deep into the world of like, are the books that are being published en masse and being pushed by publishers actually good books? Or is the point of publishing them and the way that authors are being driven to write, does that just have to do with selling books and book sales? And are bookstores just stocking books, not because they're good, not because the booksellers have read them, but just because they will sell? And that, bookstores are sort of more capitalist, I guess, in that sense, than actually meant for the literature readers. And then he describes like what he was trying to do in his bookstore. Guys, like I wish I could find this bookstore. Like if there was a bookstore like that, let me just tell you that when things like happen to go wrong, he ends up with, in his bookstore, what he calls the honey shelf, which is a set of two shelves he has in his bookstore where he promises you every single book on those two shelves are worth reading. But the only issue is you just have to be willing to just take from those two shelves. So if you want to go into his bookstore and read the best thing you've ever read, you're limited to those two bookshelves. But everything else is just there to just sell and make prices because it's not his bookstore. He's running someone else's. Oh, there are so many interesting things, but I'm just remembering that there were a lot of comments and I have a lot of comments to get to. So let me stop gushing about my book. Let me catch up with where we were at when we went to the break, and let's see how far I can get into these comments so I can see how your sprint went. Okay, so when we left off, we were talking about different books from the year that we were born, and Heather was saying to Metzley, sounds like we're all simultaneously pregnant. And this was in reference to the birth along tag. Yeah, we were joking about that all last week about how like our hashtag will be birth along, and to the confusion of other people being like, wait, is this a reading sprint where she's giving birth? And how about a Saturday read along for James? I might be able to work that out. It'll probably have to wait until September because the birth along is going to be on a Saturday in August. So there will be a Saturday reading sprint in August. But we have a couple of different things going on the weekends, and including like an out of town trip. So I really can't dedicate more than one Saturday right now to a read along, one Saturday a month rather. So, but I will make a note of that. In fact, I need to make a note of all these things. So a story graph, read along, a Barnacle Buddy read of James for September. That's what I'll do because I'm going to be reading James. Like I mentioned, I need to be finished with it by September 17th. So that read along will probably be at the beginning of September so that I actually have a chance to get James done in time. So despite my saying that I'm only doing one read along in August, I'll already let you know that it's most likely going to be the last weekend in August, which means these two read alongs are going to be pretty close together. But it'll still just be once a month. That's how I'm telling myself That's what I'm telling myself rather. And Viviana says, the last telenovela that you remember seeing was Rosa in the early 1990s. Interesting. Christina, what is this James book? You think you missed something? Oh, James. It's buried, so I can't show you a copy. It's by Percival Everett, and it's a reimagining, I think is a good word, of the story of Huckleberry Finn. So it's sort of what happens in Huckleberry Finn, but instead of being told by Huckleberry Finn, who's accompanied by a runaway enslaved person named James, or he calls him Jim in the book. Percival Everett this year came out with a book called James that is, my understanding, their adventures, if you will, from James's perspective, or it's basically James's story, if you will. It has come out to amazing success this year. I'm hoping that it's as good as the hype. And yeah, and I want to read it, and a whole bunch of people are reading it. So, and James is, well, if I had just read the next comment. This is what happens when you're behind. Bensley says it does sound like we're all pregnant. Christina says, good morning, Dakota. Have a great day at work. And Heather, Percival Everett is such a good author. One of his novels was published in your birth year. Yes. You might need to pick it for sure. And Anne wants to know which one, Heather. And good morning, Stormy. How are you on your way home from Hardee's? Okay, there we go. Everything's right with the world now because it's been a few weeks. And then you have to mow before it gets hot. Ooh, yeah. Heat advisory starts this afternoon. Okay, stay cool. And Christina says, I can only do iced coffee with honey, but not hot coffee. Hot coffee needs all the sugar and creamer. Yeah, I agree. So maybe that's the trick. Maybe if I want to try the black coffee with honey and cinnamon trick, I need to try it ice. There's an idea. And Zoe, some really great books came out in your birth year. Oh yeah, which ones? And Heather, it's called Frenzy. Ooh, I haven't heard of that one. Huh. And good morning, Sophia. How are you? You're continuing your book in the Peregrine series. Nice. Hope you're enjoying it. I'm assuming you are. And the Billy bookshelves are the go. Yeah. Yeah, they definitely are. Like they're what every book person has wanted other than like built-in bookshelves. And Lynn says, hi, reading Vera Wong's Unsolicited Advice from Murderers. It's turning out to be a hilarious, cozy mystery. Nice. I'm glad you're enjoying it, Lynn. Somebody else on Sprints was reading that a while ago now. I don't remember who, but they also very much enjoyed it. And Netsley wants to know if you liked it, Viviana, the telenovela that you're watching. And Christina says, you've never called your books a TBR. They're there. You'll read them when you get to them, and they are your retirement plan. And just go to the library and try on books there before I buy them now. That is my goal, Christina. I find that the library is great for trying on things, and I need to do that more often. In fact, I'm thinking about starting a series on my channel where I start doing that, but I'm horrible about actually taking the time to do it. But I really think that's a great way to like decide what to buy because it eliminates that you buy a book and then you read it and you go, oh, this just isn't for me most of the time. And it also clears things off the like never ending TBR list. And Viviana did enjoy her telenovela. And yeah, it's really good. I'm starting that comment, Christina, to remind me that I need to start doing that. Oh, and I also forgot to start the Storygraph real-log, but I finally made myself a note. Guinness. Not going to say that correctly, but but you got the Inye, right? Isn't that what it's called? The mark over the N? And Heather says, Christina, I'm doing the same thing. Oh, good for you guys. And Alicia, I'd love a good thunderstorm right now. Yeah, I bet. As your power does not go out. Yeah, true. Right. As long as that doesn't happen. Yeah, because otherwise, yeah, what would you do, Christina? I remember that other time. And Viviana's cleaning the kitchen as you chat. Nice. That's what I like to do when I'm sprinting with other people. And you'll see me getting up like right as we go into the sprints, because that's what I'm doing for like the first 10, 15 minutes of our sprints is I'm cleaning and doing other stuff around the house. And my Spanish is getting better and better. Thank you, Ricardo. It's really not, but it's so prevalent in my life because of my husband and his side of the family and stuff that like it should be slightly better. I mean, if you would have heard me years ago. And and I have taken Spanish like at some point in my life and Italian and so I've got some romance language and then you hear it a lot here in the US. So, in fact, if you didn't know, at this point in the US language, most United States citizens are most likely with a new word, they will most likely pronounce it um, with English American accent and in the way of Spanish words. Because usually when we go to pronounce a foreign word, we will use whatever foreign language we know best. So if I attempt, for example, to speak French, it's probably going to sound more like Spanish because that's just where we are. And I'm gonna just say fuego so I don't, butcher the whole rest of the word. Was so good. And yes, Yanez, Yanez was just so extra. I felt like it was too much. Oh, I don't know if I can ever get too much because I'll like a movie that's so bad that it'll get good again for me. And old school telenovelas are the best. I feel like I agree with that. Metzley's currently watching Soy Tu Duena. Those telenovelas came out when you were a kid. See, yep, and you don't remember much, but you liked them. Nice. And Alex says, "Yes, I know how to do the special characters from your phone. Yeah, it's easier from your phone, but not typing on the laptop without going to a special character list in Google Docs. There is some function to do that, but it's so hidden on our keyboards here, at least that come out in the US, that it's like you have to search for it. And Alex also says, love that one too. Your first novella from uh, childhood was Maria La del Barrio. Ooh, will always be your favorite. I love how everybody has like their favorite telenovela. And Viviana says, liked Cara Sucia. Oh, a Venezuelan telenovela. Hmm. How the Grinch Stole Christmas was published the year you were born. That's fun. And Metzley thinks that the one was a little too early for you. Okay, so coming back to it from school, but the other one was at night and you'd watch it after doing your homework. That's hilarious. I love that. What a way to unwind. Salem's Lot was published the year you were born. Ooh, nice. And hello, Mary. How are you? You're starting the Lost Boys of Santa Chionia? Oh, okay. Annette Galley arc. Okay, nice. Christina says hello to Stormy. Yours is Farmer Giles of Ham by Tolkien. Oh, interesting. Also 1984, An Animal Farm. Ooh, you've got some interesting choices there, Diana. Have you read any of those before? Allison finished your book. Yay, giving it a 3.5. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, not bad, but not great, right? And Diana finished your German saga. Moving on to Drood. Oh, it's so Charles Dickens pleasing. Let me know what you think about it, Diana. Like, it's not like the most amazing thing, but like it just pleases my little Charles Dickens heart. So I hope you enjoy. And Allison thinks it's gonna start Sabotage. Ooh, sounds exciting. Metzley has 30 pages left. Oh my gosh, everybody's making such good progress in like finishing books at the beginning of the day. Have you read Make You Beg? I have not. What is it about? Tell me more about it, Zoe. Uh, Christina drank coffee and chatted on that. And Laura's sprinting. Thank you, Christina. And hello, Shannon. How are you? Oh, you're watching the Olympics. What are you watching? Oh, and reading on the commercial breaks. This is wisdom right here, guys. This is like all the things. Keeping this in mind. I might need to put the Olympics up on the television and mute it, except for the times during what I really wanna watch. But there's also a lot of streaming going on in my house right now, so that might seriously mess this up. Anyway, what are you watching? What are your favorite sports to watch in summer or winter? And LA, too many new books that are terrible, shouldn't be published, and were written with no second thought. You prefer early 20th century. LA, I think you should read this book. I think you would be very fascinated by a lot of things that he says. In fact, I'm going to share yet another line from you from this book. This is read along with Nicole today. Um, and he's talking about like why he reads what he reads at one point, if I can find it. Oh, he says, I expect a great deal from novels. I've been disappointed so often that over the last 10 years or so, I haven't dared to open a new book. I wait for time to do the sorting, and I only read classics now. And which isn't totally true of the character, and he explains more later. Because it initially sounds kind of pretentious when he says it. But basically, what he ends up saying is that because he feels like publishers are so willing to just publish anything that they think will sell, that he feels like he has to sift through a lot of new books just to find the couple every year that he feels like are actually good books and are going to be classics. And I think that's true of every year, not just like modern years. So that's more what he means by he lets time do some of the sorting for him. Is basically the idea that he finds like if he's just willing to wait a few years or decades or a century, that the truly good books start to bubble to the surface. Though I think if you wait too long, that also gets dangerous because sometimes what happens is really good books sink to the bottom because they're not the ones that get studied enough. So I feel like, if you only read the ones that are considered classics, by the Western canon and the people who made them classics, then you also miss out on things. Like, I also like reading things that were just published a long time ago, but that are by authors that I know or am interested in or were popular at that time. Sometimes people got it right. So anyway, Allison was saying to Zoe, no, she hasn't. Alicia, it sounds like an interesting read. We'll check it out. Yep. And it's a fun mystery too. So, like, what's not to like about that? Literary criticism, lots of name dropping of what the author clearly thinks are good books, all rolled in. Alicia managed to get the kiddos breakfast and had a phone call and did cat medications. Nice. And has 2 out of the 4 chairs. Good. Nice going. Going to the table next so you can do lunch. Makes sense. Hello, Paul. How are you? Hope you're having a good day. Let me know what you're reading. And a birth along sounds like we're giving birth. Yes, yes, it does. And hello, Carissa. Hello, Angela. Things Fall Apart was published in the year you were born. You read that with me, so you'll have to read. Ooh, Breakfast at Tiffany's. I've read that. Very interesting book. LA want to like romance and plan on trying some from the library. Sounds like a good plan. And Metzley, yep, okay, I said it right. And yeah, okay, thank you. And Zoe, 1992 had The Secret History, Gerald's Game, Snow Crash, Children of Men, Cormac McCarthy. Oh, yeah, that was a good year. And Alicia, even though the thunderstorm would just make things more muggy and hot. Yeah, I don't like thunderstorms that do that. And Heather, since you have such a long TBR, you mainly use Libby. If it's not there, you check Everand and then the Internet Archive. What's the Internet Archive? Let me know, and then decide if you want to buy the book without sampling beforehand. That's a good system too. I'm gonna have to keep that in mind, especially if I don't want to bother checking the book out, is using the ebook on Libby because I prefer ebook over audio. Though, I have been finding recently that listening to an audiobook is actually a good way to get an idea of if I'd ever reread a book again. So I don't feel like audiobooks, I get to know the book as well, but I do get a good taste of it. So also gonna have to do more of that. And hello, Native Queen. How are you? Studying Spanish. Very good. Wow. and let us know what else you're up to today, if anything. And that was our timer. So I am going to be good about this because yet again, yep, nope, nowhere close to the bottom. So I'm going to let us go back into our sprint so we can get more reading and working done. I'm going to get up and do my 10 minutes of wandering around doing nonsense to stretch my leg, just one of them. I've noticed ever since filming that I do that sometimes. I make words that should be plural singular, and words that are singular I sometimes make plural, and I don't know why. Anyway, I'm going to stretch both my legs. And I'm gonna get some water, and I'm gonna get some stuff done around the house for the next 15 minutes, and I will be back after an hour. So let me get the timer up. There you guys go. I won't even reset it, and I'll see you when we get back. Hello, hello, and welcome back. How did that sprint go for everybody? Mine was really good. I did my 10, 15 minutes or whatever of walking around and getting things done. And then I got through about another 25 pages in a novel bookstore. And I am still really enjoying this book. I'm appreciating the book name dropping and author dropping, but I will warn you, this book is bad for your TBR list because mine is just growing longer with each chapter. But yeah, it's really engaging story, and I'm just loving the mix of sort of literary criticism and criticism of the way the publishing world is kind of working today, mixed with sort of like a mystery detective story. Such a creative idea and really well written. So I'm really happy. This was a book that I just stumbled across in my used bookstore one day and saw it and read. I don't know what made me pick it up, maybe other than that I saw it was, an Europa edition, which is the imprint, um, and they tend to publish, I find, very fascinating books, and almost, I think, always, maybe solely in translation, and so that appealed to me, and then as I read the blurb about what it was about, I was like, "This just sounds flat out cute," and, like, cute is such, like, I feel like a demeaning word for what that book is. It's really good. I'm really enjoying it. So let me go and see how you were doing when we left off. Stacy and Steph had just joined. Hello, happy Monday to you. Hope you're getting all the work done today. And I totally get that. A working, lurking day. Alex says, honestly, didn't know. Uh, I obviously am struggling to speak English. Honestly, don't know how you don't speak Spanish. But you understand it. Well, you did. Okay, yeah. Oh, your son's baseball team is Puerto Rican, and they're hosting a Dominican team right now. Nice, Puerto Ricanos. All right, very cool. And you don't understand what they're saying? The Dominicans or the Puerto Ricans? Because yeah, if you hang out with a lot of Puerto Ricans and then the accent changes in the Spanish, you're like, wait, I don't understand. And Heather, usually only buy books that you love, or if you can't access it anywhere else, need it to read it. Have had to do that a lot since you're reading your TBR backwards. Oh, books you added when in high school. Okay, got you. Yeah, I can agree. Like honestly, that's the biggest reason where I've realized like I can't really put myself on a book buying ban because of a lot of the types of books that I want to read, which are books that, like, a lot of them aren't still being printed, so I'm stuck having to find them at used bookstores, and so for some of them, if I find them, it's like, I've gotta get it because I don't know when I'm gonna be able to find it again. So and I like supporting used bookstores versus just going and buying it online. And Metzley's also watching the Olympics. I totally forgot to turn that on. Also forgot to go and add the story graph. Gonna open that up right now. I've been on Storygraph on my phone a ton because I keep looking up all the books that are being mentioned in my book, but I need to create those read-alongs. And Shannon is watching men's gymnastics. Yeah, there are some interesting things going on in the men's gymnastics. Lots of good players. The women's gymnastics, I feel like we kind of know who the top people are and more or less so what to expect from them, and whether or not it's good is just going to be whether or not there's surprises from other countries or defeats in ours. But I feel like the men's gymnastics, like I feel like for the first time in quite a few years, like the men may finally shine as much as the women, because the men have definitely been a lot less lackluster the last few years. It's all been about women's gymnastics. Diana, yes, you've read all the ones you listed. Nice. Farmer Giles of Ham was one of the stories in Tales from the Perilous Realm. Oh, okay. You got Druid after one of your YouTube posts. Yes, yes, yes. It's so fascinating. So fascinating. I can't wait to get back to it. And Shannon, for Summer Olympics, you like swimming, gymnastics, field hockey. Ooh, that's one you don't hear much. And track and field. Yeah, track and field for me is the one that I'm most excited about this year because I'm randomly started watching collegiate track and field on and off over the last few years. And so quite a few of them, obviously, like most of them that I've been watching, are now in the Olympics this year. And so I'm just excited to see how they do. Like, because I feel like I've been watching a couple of them over the last few years. So I'm kind of invested in track and field this year. And Heather was saying to LA, felt similar growing up, wouldn't touch anything published from the 90s or 2009 because you thought they were poorly written. But now you're learning you were very young. Yeah, sometimes it's just like it wasn't the right time for you. And LA will be reading the novel bookstore soon. I really think you'll like it. Walk in the Woods agrees. Read so many amazing books that will never be on 100 list of best books. Yes. In fact, guys, that was something that was just coming up in here. They were trying to think about how do they curate a list of books to have in their bookstore. And this was so fascinating. And I'm like, they're right. This is where book lists go wrong. So one of the things that they talked about was they were like, they're going to make a committee of people who all vote like what books should be in the bookstore. And at first they were like, oh, we'll have them each come up with a list of 100. And then obviously eliminating repeats, those will be the books in the store. And then they realized like that would be a super small bookstore because they were like, if you ask people who read widely for a list of 100 great books, they pointed out that most of them are going to have overlaps. And so they actually came up with a list of 600 books, they decided. So they're going to ask their committee for 300 books that are all like only like are available in French because the book takes place in France. So they want, books that have, and they can have been translated into French, but they have to be in French. Um, and no, I'm sorry, they want 300 books that are written by French authors. So they're going to ask each person on their committee for 300 books written by French authors. And they're also going to ask them for 300 books written from other places in the world that you can also get in French, because they're only going to have books in French in the store. And so, yeah, so I just thought it was so interesting. And they go through all the reasoning as to why they decided it had to be 600. But it was for that reason. They were like, by the time you eliminate the overlap, and then they were like, 100 is only enough to get to some of the most obvious choices. Where they were like, you really need to ask people for more than that to start getting into lesser known like gyms. So, yeah. I feel like that's where things like the New York Times list and stuff went wrong. And Alex says, didn't know what the birth along was, and you think you're caught up. Any Rex for 1986? Ooh, I'll have to look on my story graph. I'll do a search in 1986 and let you know what I find. I'm going to put that search in right now because otherwise I'll forget. But I'll when we go to the break, I'll list what I have that I wanna read. That's from 1986. Let's see, that I don't own, and I'll tell you how many books it will be. It will be 4 books. So, I'll let you know the 4 books that I wanna read that were published in 1986. And Paul is going to read some of Jonathan Strange and Mr. Norrell. Very nice. Hello, Dee. How are you? Yes, hello to the chat. And LA's sampling audio first is a good idea. Yep. Rachel, good morning. I am having an excellent day. I hope you are as well. What are you up to, Dee and Rachel? Anne's going to work on the table. Ooh, you're gonna grill for lunch. Yum. You must be having a nice day there, Anne. Christina, the rain would make it cooler, releasing the moisture from the air. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, I used to live in a place like that, and then where I've lived ever since are places where it rains and it just makes it more humid. And what is birth along? Okay, so it's actually going to be called the Year of Your Birth Read Along. And it's going to be a read along, a Barnacle Buddy read along that I will be hosting in August. And the read along will be just one day on a Saturday. We're from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. So a day long read along where we will all just be coming together and we will just be starting or working on one book that was written in the year that we were born. And the whole point of it, it was inspired by Criminali, who did a video about he has like a new reading challenge that he's doing. I think it's called My Reading Life, where he's reading a book from one book from every year that he's been alive. And so we were discussing that last week. And what we ended up deciding was like, that's a great idea. Some people are going to do it, some people aren't. But either way, we were like, Teresa actually suggested, well, wouldn't it be fun if we all got on and just did a day long Barnacle Buddy read, but we all came with the book from our birth year that we wanted to read? And then we could share what books we picked and we'd all have ideas, for different books from different years. So everybody, oh, some of us thought that was a great idea. And so, yeah, that is where the Year of Your Birth read along came from. But we started out by calling it a birth along, but decided we couldn't go with that as the actual title. So hope that explains. And Heather was saying to Alex for 1986. Ooh, here's what she has. Um, like I Tituba. I haven't heard that one. Are Dead Behind Us and An Artist of the Floating World by Ishiguro. Ooh, interesting. I haven't heard of any of those. I mean, I know the author Ishiguro, but I haven't heard of that book by him either. And Heather also explained. Yep, thank you, Heather. And a good night, Heather. Read 10% of the Good House. Really enjoying it. I'm glad. And maybe we'll see Heather in the morning when she gets up. And oh, Heather, who's hosting? I'm hosting. I'm going to check yours out for 1962. Very nice. An announcement video will be going up, but not until next Monday. So sorry for that. I should have gotten it out this Monday, but I didn't plan for that. And Paul got water ready. Cut your hair. Okay, nice. Said hello to Mary. Oh, you finished your crying? Was the end of your book sad? Oh. Oh, oh, it's not you finished your crying. You finished and you're crying. Uh, and Nani wanted to know what book it was, Metzley. And hello, Shauna, editing and catching up on reading today. Nice. It was the postcard. Yup. Oh, Metzley. Oh, it must have been good. I'm glad you enjoyed it, though, sad. And Nani cleaned the house and had breakfast. Nice. Shauna did a little bit of editing. Very good. Still haven't read, but yeah. Hey, some people, that's all they get done on Monday. Ricardo tried to take a 30-minute nap. That turned into 2 hours. I know. I was like, where'd Ricardo go? He was there at the beginning and now disappeared. Well, apparently you needed that nap. You used less Sprint to write. Very nice. Hello, Shamika. Good afternoon. Reading Love and Other Words. Ooh, don't normally read romance. Oh, but the book is refreshing. Nice. Good. Sometimes you need those like little refreshing quick things. Megan, hello, hello. How are you today? How to Snack, journaled and colored. Started a thriller the other day, and you'll probably get back to it later. Nice. Sounds like a nice like mix of things you have going on. And Sherry doing some alternating housework and reading an old Nora Roberts book. Read about 20 pages and did some cleaning. Ooh, people are being productive amongst all the things. A hello from Mary to Paul. Megan found out the Born Identity was written in 1980, your birth year, mine too. And so you might read that. Sounds good. I'm going to read, I can mention this. I was also born in 1980, and I'm going to be reading a month in the country. I actually filtered my TBR list to see if there were books, one, that I owned, and there was one, but I didn't wanna choose that one. And then 2, if there were books that were, already on my TBR that were written in the year I was born, and I've been wanting to read A Month in the Country for a very long time. And then, guys, guess what happened to me? Because 'Cause I've been planning on getting it from the library because it's a short book, and short, like, close to novella length books are books that I almost always get out of the library because I don't wanna spend the money on a short book and then not like it and only have read, like, 100 pages. Anyway, I've been planning on reading that book for a while. It's gonna fit for this read along. Guess who saw it at a used bookstore yesterday? 2 copies, not 1, 2 copies. One is the New York Review book version, which is what I was thinking I would buy if I wanted to. The other one was this really pretty hardback edition of it. And it was like a larger than trade paperback size hardback that had these beautiful end papers. So nice. But I was like, I haven't even read this book. What if I read it and I was like, "Meh, it's okay." And it was $25. So I was like, I can't spend $25 on this tiny little book that I don't even know if I'm going to like. But now I wanna read it very fast in case I like it, 'cause I'm gonna be kicking myself if I go and read it and love it and that book is gone. That's my dilemma. In LA, Beloved and Fried Green Tomatoes are both from your birth year and already planned on reading them this year. Oh, perfect. And Sophie's Choice was the bestseller when I was born. I'd look for another option. I read something by Styron earlier this year, and you can go and watch that video. It's the only like negative video I've done, and it's the only video that is just about one book. And yeah, it convinced me that I'm not reading anything else by him. But you know, you just might want to do some research before you read that one. It wasn't Sophie's Choice, by the way. It was a different book of his. And Paul Canada got in trouble. They took 6 points away from them. What happened, Paul? Oh no, not like Olympic drama already. Oh gosh, poor Canada. Viviana's waving high. LA has never been able to get into the Olympics. Okay, fair, fair. Oh, I'm glad you find them entertaining, Viviana. I'm certainly entertained. And Paul says hi to Viviana. And Paul also does sprints. Quite a few people on here do. Shauna does as well. I'll try to point them out as I get to them. Adding a novel bookstore. Yes, Anne. I also think this would be right up your alley. Like, I think everybody in here would like them, but just based on what I know of a couple specific people's reading tastes, like you and LA are two, I think would really enjoy it. Howdy to Paul. Hello, Margaret. How are you, Margaret? I'm so enjoying this. Margaret and I are buddy reading this, which, by the way, if anybody else wants to pick it up this week, let me know and I'll send you the link to our buddy read on Storygraph. But Margaret, have you started it yet? Like the first couple of pages of it, I was super confused about a couple of things, and I will definitely be commenting on them on Storygraph. But I'm now 100 pages or so in. It's just pleasing my little book loving heart. That's all I can say. And you're grilling hamburgers. Ooh, sounds so good. And ooh, for her kid, what's for her kid? Let me know because I'm behind a few minutes. Birth Long was just a random name that came up. Oh, yes, mostly for the funsies. Yes, 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 yes. If you're talking about our year of birth read along, this is just a random thing that came up in sprints. And Walk in the Woods. It does sound fun, right? Yes. Yeah, yeah. That's right. We're not gonna call it the birth along, except, amongst ourselves. Ricardo is gonna choose Battle Royale. Oh, nice, Ricardo. You only own 2 books published in 1999 that you haven't read, and thank God you wanna read at least one of them. I know, it's tough when you're like, "Oh, but I don't wanna read that one yet." And Nani already mentioned it. For sure, you're going to read The Shadow of the Wind. I know, Ricardo. Nani gets The Shadow of the Wind. I mean, you got Marina, so you've also you've never completed the whole series. Ooh, Margaret. Okay, you just inspired me to put on hold the one you're reading for Herkin from your library. Let's hope it comes in before your birthday. Yeah. I hope so too. Uh, Year of your birthday. That's Do you see what I did there? I know, battle royale. Ah, so exciting. Tituba is on your shelf and would work for women in translation. Nice. The Phantom Toll Booth was written in 1961. That is true. And if you can share your thoughts with me on a video, Ricardo, she'd love it. And didn't know it had come out in '86. Nice. And he will. Oh, you left some movie and finally bought the book a couple months ago. Have you read the book, Ricardo? I don't recall. And oh, you forgot to get an umbrella stand. Oh, darn. Okay. Well, it'll work out. Hopefully it's not too sunny yet. Alex finally done going through the pictures. Wow, that took a long time. Lots of pictures. Good thing your camera battery died or you'd still be at it. That's hilarious. Now to read. Cleaning can wait, right? Yes. And Aya Tatuba is fantastic. Ooh, I might have to add that to my list. Alicia, who is the novel bookstore by? French author whose name I will butcher, but I will try. Laurence Cosset? Cozy? So sorry. A female, because to me, I hear Lawrence, and that's a male name, but it is a female author, if that matters. And ooh, filtering the owned list would have been good, but there again, challenge that's true requires it to be a top 10. I know. I went back and forth about that, Margaret, because I was like, I'm not doing Criminali's challenge, but I am doing Hercule. And I'm gonna have to look at the top 10 for 1980 because I may own, well, I don't think I own one of those. No, I think I did. No, I don't. I did look it up. And the only one that was in the top 10 that I'd potentially consider reading is Covenant by James Michener. So I was like, not really. Maybe I'll look at world literature and see what was in the top 10 of like international bestseller. Yeah, let me make a note to do that. And hello, Hannah. How are you? You're cleaning today. Very nice. We're just about to get back into a sprint. In fact, we'll just go ahead and do that now that I've said hello, because I am again not close to the bottom of the comments and I don't want to keep us waiting because I want to get back to reading. And I've just given myself multiple tasks to do in the middle of my in the middle of this sprint. So I'm going to start out by doing those and then I will be sprinting. So let me leave that there. Let me pull up our timer. We will go into sprints for another hour. And I almost shared my story graph with you instead, which would have been fine, but not what I intended. All right, I'll see you all in an hour. Hello, hello, and welcome back. Where did the time go? I have no idea. So I read nothing that spring, which was not my plan, but that was just how the things worked out. So what I did do is I did set up the read along for both Huckleberry Finn and James on Storygraph. So there will be a read along for them. It will not be visible until August 1st. And the way it works on Storygraph is basically if you go to any edition of Huckleberry Finn and the one edition of James that exists, and you go to that book page, you will see under the place where you can say, I want to read it, currently read, that kind of thing. It lists a couple of other things. And one of them is to start a read along or join one. And so when you go to those now after August 1st, you will see the option to join one. And then you will see the one that I started. I am Noteworthy Fiction on Storygraph. So you'll see that. And then probably this Saturday, when I have my Saturday video come out, for those of you who like things easier, like me, in the description box of that video, I will have the links for the read along so you can just click. So yeah, so I set those up, and the read-alongs can take a hot second to set up, just depending on how many forums you make. So places where people can go and discuss. And I like to have chapter forums. So for James, I did like 4 to 5 chapters per forums that you could discuss, and you can look at the read along when it goes live and see how that works. For Huckleberry Finn, I will say you'll go and you'll look once it's up, and you'll see that at least as of right now, there are no forums because I have to go and get a copy of the book out of the library, or maybe Hoopla. Um, no, probably Libby's, then I can actually put it on my Kindle. But I have to go and get that so I know how many chapters are in the edition that I'm using so that I can have that reflect accurately in Storygraph. Anyway, that's a lot. Yeah, let's go ahead and get into the comments because that was pretty much the vast majority of my sprint was spent doing that. I then also made myself a peanut butter and jelly sandwich for lunch, and I had to talk to my husband about things on closing on our house for selling. So that was me. Hopefully, you guys had a slightly more exciting sprint than I did. And Sarah, hello, Sarah Overbooked. I like your channel name. And you were saying to Sherry that you're doing exactly the same thing. How's work alternating with reading Yearbook One by Nora Roberts? Oh, that's so funny. Like, what are the chances, right? Well, I hope you are also having a good day. Thanks for commenting and welcome. And Metzley, it was very well written. You think, and it was sad. And this is the postcard, which was what Metzley was reading. Like, call me sad. Oh, okay. I get what you mean. I think those landscaper, wild riding lawnmower guys are here again, which I'm kind of surprised by because it's been raining pretty hard out today. And I hate mowing the lawn when it's raining, and it can sometimes be dangerous. I'm waiting to see them like rushing by. Because, by the way, I don't know if I mentioned this last week. I know you guys told me you couldn't hear them, which is good because it's super loud. Yep, there they go, riding by. But when we arrived, there were little solar lights next to our driveway, and we went away for the weekend and came back and they were all crushed, and I was like, how did that happen? And then last week I saw them and I'm like, that's how it happens, because they're literally like going by so fast, and I'm like, and they're knocking over the lights, and I need to take a picture for the landlord because I'm not replacing those. Your landscaping people need to replace them. I mean, like crushed, flat to the ground, metal poles bent, broken plastic, not working. And last week they had the nerve to just stand them back up and be like, yeah, there you go. Anyway, Alicia ate some lunch, fed the kiddos. Nice, nice. Got lots done during that sprint, hoping to read some more. I hope you get to read some more too. Having a hard time focusing. Yeah, I have those days. And Margaret said, did not know about Styron. Oh, yes. Oh, go watch the video, Margaret. You will learn so much, so much, but be prepared. I think it's called like I read this book so you don't have to. I didn't know either. And he's now turned into a whole book project, Margaret, where after reading, it was The Confessions of Nat Turner, I read 10 Black Writers Respond to Styron's Confession of Nat Turner. I now own a book called In the Matter of Nat Turner because a speculative history, because I'm very interested on how nobody is saying any of these things that I've seen. Some people are, like those 10 Black writers said all sorts of things about Styron's book. But it's still a book that you can easily find in most major bookstores. He won the Pulitzer Prize for the book, like the year that it came out, and it came out to great raving things. Now, it's gone down in popularity. I feel like it's a book kind of thing right now, but they're also, guys, I'm so glad you can't hear this because like I'm in a land of insanity right now. There are two lawnmowers going and a weed whacker, and I know at some point the guy with the leaf blower is also going to come around. Oh my gosh. Paul, they were using drones to spy on everyone. Who was Paul? I've lost the connection to this. What are you talking about? Oh, Canada? That what? They were they were spying on other countries with drones? Dude, I'm shocked. I mean, no offense, but I don't know. What do you guys think? Is taking points away enough? I'd kind of be like, maybe I shouldn't be here. Like, who decided that was okay? Wow. Anyway, technology keeping things spicy. Christina got lunch for her son, sent hubby off. Very nice. Fell down a rabbit hole. I hope it was a rabbit hole because a rabbit hole would be very concerning. Cool, sparkly things. Nice. And Margaret, oh good, no, I've been trying to finish another book before. We'll start novel bookstore after you get your word session in. Sounds good. Glad to hear it's picked up for you. Yeah, it wasn't like extremely slow at the beginning. I think I was just more like, wait, what? Because like I said, I will comment. There are a few things that confuse me. In the shadow of the wind, I know Nani's so lucky. I'm like now a full hour behind. Well, I guess that makes sense. And you love it. You have an unpopular opinions about the shadow of the wind. I feel like we've vaguely talked about this before, Ricardo. But yeah, don't talk about it until after I've read it. Huh. And Paul needs to see if you have a book from 1963. Nice. Anne is going to read A Death in the Family. Oh, it'll work for your Pulitzer Prize project. Margaret filtered own books from 1981 just for funsies and got 4 unread. Okay. A Mary Lee Settle, an Angela Davis, and a Molly King that you just gave away. Oh, darn. And memoirs by the Duchess of Gloucester. Ooh, okay, nice. Okay, so you got some options. And okay, yeah, I figured that out based on. Oh, wait, you haven't read it. Oh, you watched the movie. Oh, yeah, I can't imagine that going well. And then you've been wanting to okay. And Alex just found who killed Palomino Malero. Haven't heard of that. You think you own it. Oh, well, that would be nice. A Peruvian author and your dad's family is from there. Oh, nice little world literature family action going in. Christina's saying hi to Hannah. Paul, do you have a link for the birth along? Not yet. I have not set it up. So that will probably be the birth along will be announced like officially probably next Monday. And then there'll be a link and all the jazz and the buzz. And the James one will be announced at the end of Saturday's video. And Metzley, The Secret Life of Bees came out in 2001. Oh, that was a good one. And Alex, I mentioned that if I was born in 1986, based on my to be read list, this is the book that I would probably pick. Cherie, hello. Just hanging home and reading before heading out with your mom, son, and puppy. Oh, fun. Sounds good. I hope you have a great day. And Christina, oh, Laura's on her last sprint. Okay, so if you want to say hi, better go do it now. And Paula's sprints start at 2, so she will have just started. So if you want to say hi, and Lexi is just about to start. Thanks for all the links, Christina. You're so good about that. I'm not. And Bertha Log, yep. Monday Fun Day. Hello, Rita. How are you today? I hope you're doing well. And Paul and Rita and Atia and the people that Christina just mentioned, they all sprint guys. So check them out. And it's good to see you, Rita. And hello, Atia. How are you? Going to start listening to All the Sinners Bleed. Ooh, S.A. Cosby. Enjoy. And eating pizza for lunch. That sounds good. I haven't had pizza in a hot minute. And Rita is finishing, is that I gotta look at a bigger version of it. A to Z business build. Oh, interesting. Sorry, on my screen and with my eyes, it looks like AZZ. I'm like, I don't think that's what it says. And there's the mention of the Huck Finn and James read along. And Margaret knows this is a reading sprint, but just sent you an email. I saw it. Yes. You're often spaminated. No. It went into my regular box. I just saw it. I just read through it very quickly, so I need to read it more closely. And yeah, I might be able to do that. So, and now that you did your organizing onto the words, there you go. Right, we'll be back in a sprint shortly. Sue, hello, Sue. How are you? Up all night? Oh no, in the ER again? Okay. But then, oh my goodness. Okay. Well, I hope that means that you've slept until just recently and getting things going. I'm so sorry, Sue. I know like the last, while, right, has been tough, but it seems like recently the sleep has been like extra, non-existent. So I hope you're feeling at least somewhat refreshed and you get to relax and read a bit. And I know I'm with you, Zoe. I was like, my husband's like chatting to me on the phone, being like, well, I might be able to find this and that. And I'm like, dude, I still need to go to the bathroom and make a sandwich. Like, call me back when you know what you need. And Tia finished lunch and got to 2%. Nice. And Alia, let me again make it bigger so I can see it. Alia, is that how you pronounce your name? Let me know. Hello, just got in that sprint. Oh, nice. And read 20 pages of Sunbringer. Ooh, very nice. Well, I hope you're enjoying your book. Welcome. I don't think I've seen you here before. Margaret, almost perfect. You need 11 more words. Ooh, for your morning session. So, ooh, yeah, pause and catch up. Exactly. Yes, don't stop yourself. And Alex, so many chapters in Huck Finn could probably split into 4 parts based on what this story is doing. Wonder if any edition does that. That's a good question. And interestingly, James is in 3 parts. And if I knew the story of Huckleberry Finn better, I would divide that into 3 parts. But what I may do is just divide it evenly into 3 parts because I had the feeling with Huckleberry Finn that there were going to be a lot of chapters. And even with James, there are a lot of chapters, and I didn't want to do a forum for every chapter because that would have driven us insane. So I broke, there's 3 parts in James. I think I broke each of the 3 parts into maybe 4 sections, something like that. We'll see with Huck Finn. And Walk in the Woods says, finished poetry book and absolutely loved it. Nice. Frank X. Walker is your favorite poet, and you'll start Huckleberry Finn in the next sprint. Very nice. Well, you'll have to hold on to your thoughts. So, like, tab them or something so that you can add them into the story graph in a couple of days. And yay, 529, you did it. Way to go, Margaret. Rita says hi. Yes. And little, I don't know why they sometimes show up like this, but emoji that you guys can see and I probably can't. And hey, Rita. Yes. And Brennan. Hello, Brennan. Going to read Miss Peregrine's Home for Peculiar Children. Nice. My husband loves that series. Loves it. Read the whole thing. And Nani, do I have all my books? No, I do not. This is not my house that I'm in. We are temporarily renting this while we look for a house here. So all my books, except for the ones that you see in the background when I film TBR videos right now, all my books are in storage. Sadness. And leaf blower, weed whacker. Imagine if we could ID birdsong, right, as easily as gas-powered convenience machines, right? I guess we should be thankful that it's probably because there are fewer gas-powered convenience machines that we can name them all. That's what I'm going with, and I'm gonna go with it. but I would prefer to be able to identify birdsong more easily. Alicia watched over Kitty. Oh, not doing well. Oh, poor Kitty. And you read 40 pages and got a snack. Well, that's good. Keep yourself, calm. And Nani, Huck Finn, and James is a book. No, they're two separate books. Sorry. We're going to do a read along for Huck Finn and then one for James. August, September is how I'm doing it. Huck Finn in August, James in September. And I kind of snuck you guys into comparative literature here with me. So I'm going to do a video that talks about that. But what I've done in the forums for them is Huck Finn's going to look like a regular read along, and so is James until the very end. And the end of that read along on Storygraph, we'll have one forum where we can talk about both books together. So, but they're two separate books. Huck Finn, it's actually The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn is by Mark Twain, and James is by Percival Everett. And Atia says to Alicia, I hope your kitty feels better soon. I do too. Nothing like a not feeling well animal. And Christina read 3 whole chapters. Nice, Christina. It's the first fair day here. Ooh, haven't been having good weather. And so you're going to shower, have quick dinner, and go out. Yeah, go out and enjoy. You're very welcome, Ricardo. I know. I can't wait for the birth along either. Have a great day, Ricardo. Or evening, night. Christina, remember to hydrate and hit the like. Thank you, Christina. What unpopular opinion? Or maybe we can do a read along. Yeah, I know, right? Or one more like a buddy read because you have to read a lot of books. Yeah, that might be easier, but I don't know. I don't own the Shadow of the Wind, so I don't know when I would get to that. Maybe in September if you want to wait that long, but if not, it's okay. And yeah, rabbit hole, but it was a more dangerous. So, so the rabbit was intentional. Okay, I see you, Ricardo. If you guys want to do a buddy read for the Shadow of the Wind, I'll join. Yeah, I think the 3 of us might have to figure out the timing of that. Yes. Okay. Now Ricardo's leaving. Okay, we'll let Ricardo know the next time. And yeah, I have no books from your birth year on 1996. Ooh, okay. I will look up some for you, Atia. I will let you know what I have on my TBR list. It would probably be better if instead of things that I wanted to read, I would tell you things that I read from 1996 that I liked. But it's better to have you read something and let me know whether I should bother. So let's see, 1996 to 1996 that I don't own. I guess it doesn't matter whether or not I own it because these are all books that I haven't read either way. And let's see, for books in 1996, I have 7. Ooh, I can tell you I'm about to read one, Atia, and that is Neverwhere by Neil Gaiman. If you want to read that, there is a book club happening between Kat's Novel Adventure and Alex at Frank Fiction. And their first book in August is Neverwhere by Neil Gaiman. I also really want to read The Green Mile by Stephen King. And both of those have been out for a very long time, and you could probably get at a library. So there's 2 suggestions right away for you. Christina says hi. Alicia says thank you to Atia. He's 13. Oh, not looking good. And yeah, hugs. Yeah, 13, I know. Good for him. And Leah, okay, yes, got it right. You were doom scrolling. It's part of your favorite fantasy trilogy ever, so you're loving it. Oh, I'm glad. Good to hear that. And Atia's gonna look up some classic Black authors and see if they released any books in 1996. Do it. Let us know. And Paul is trying to find books for the readathons for September, Siblinathon, Sweet Nightmareathon, and December Classicathon. Ooh, sounds good, Paul. And Stormy finally got to mow. Oh my gosh, did it take you that long? Like not to mow, but to get to it? I hope it wasn't too hot. Had to borrow your brother's lawnmower at just 8, so hope to get in a bit of reading. Great. And good plan to Tia. Yup. The right side, exactly. And Alex almost said 3 parts for Huck, interesting, right? Wonder if Jane breaks up the story the way you're thinking. Yeah, I don't know because I haven't read Huck Finn in so long. And oh, thank you. Yes, I just I'm so amazed. Like I'm amazed that it's more than just the 20 of you who watch my videos or subscribe to my channel. I'm amazed that 20 of you even come and hang out with me here during these reading sprints. So thank you, because you guys make this whole channel happen as much as I make the videos. And Alex, for audiobookers, there's a version of Huck read by Robin Miles. Ooh. And given the language of the book, definitely want Black narrator. Oh, still uncomfortable. That is a really interesting point, especially for narration. Yep, I could see that. Thank you for sharing that, Alex. And hello, Teresa. How are you? We've been talking about the birth along or the year of your birth, read along, all day on and off. And A Walk in the Woods found 2 books to read in August for the birth year. Yeah, the birth year read along. Um, A House for Mr. Biswas. Yep, I own that one. Haven't read it yet though. And Travels with Charlie in Search of America. What is that one about? I haven't heard that one, but I'm glad you're excited. Oh, Under the Tuscan Sun. I did enjoy the book and not the movie as much. I'm with you there. When Things Fall Apart. Oh, for sad times. Yeah. And Ugg Neil Gaiman, you have loved him for so long, but he's been a bad boy in lots of trouble. Yeah, the longer some of these authors go, the more stuff they do. Yeah, that's always tricky. True. Yeah. And thanks to Atia. And you're going back to listen to your beginning chat. Fair, fair, fair. And got to head to the post office. Have fun. Happy reading to you too. Rita's in lurk mode, have tons to do. Totally get that. Honey, oh, thank you. Oh, I'm glad you've discovered so many books. Yeah, with all my DVR videos, right? A lot of people read new books or TikTok books. Yeah, yeah. Well, and that was my hope, is like not to disparage any of that. I just knew that that wasn't what I read. And I wasn't seeing people talk about what I read. And I wanted to share what I was reading with other people and hopefully find people that read what I read or wanted to read what I read, or was reading. And look what's happened. I've managed to convince you all to buy the books that I read, which was totally not intentional. And oh, you feel that they're repetitive. It's interesting because the author of this book thinks the same thing. I wouldn't know because I don't read enough of them. You think The Notebook and Angela's Ashes were 1996? Maybe. And hello, Nakia. I hope all's well with you. How are you? And what are you up to today? And Storm says it was 89 and felt 99. Ooh, could have been worse. Yeah, I'm glad it's over and you can relax too. You got it done. And yes, and absolutely loving what you read. Oh, I'm glad. And of course, you love, yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's just, figuring out which one works for you more frequently and just reading what you love. So, all right, I actually made it to the end of the comments. Yay! For what? The first, second time today? I don't even know. Anyway, I'm going to go into a sprint before any more comments pop up on my screen. All right. Happy reading, everybody, or working, or whatever you're doing, and I will see you in an hour. Hello, hello. Welcome back. How's the day going? How did this sprint go? I read another 20 pages in my book. I'm now on page 128. Things are going well, still super engaged, really enjoying the book. Lots of different things are going on. They're still kind of setting up a novel bookstore, if you will. I ate my lunch and talked to the realtor and got some stuff done. So I still probably only got to read maybe in the last 25, 30 minutes of that sprint, but I'm not complaining. Getting stuff done is good too. So let me see if I can scroll back and find where we left off. And let's see, Nakia had just joined us and was saying that she's not up to much today, relaxing. And yeah, hopefully you'll get some reading done. And Metzley's back. Welcome back. Welcome back. And you agree with Nani. So many book recommendations are repetitive. Yeah, if you found list of books that are almost identical and they are supposedly unique. Yeah, that can be true in any genre, right? After a certain while, it's like, okay, the same old books. Like I was just looking at I think there was a table of books or something like that. And it was like a table of like, oh, must read classics or something like that. And it was all the ones you expect to see there. And yes, congrats on the job to Nikia. Yes, absolutely. And so many options. You don't need 50 different pages recommending the same three titles for sure. And Atia was able to find five 1996 releases. Ooh, very nice. And here they are. Let's see if I've heard of any. How Stella Got Her Groove Back. I've read that, watched the movie, did all the things. I've heard a lot about Indigo. I don't know if you've read that one, Atia, but I've heard a lot of like people really like Indigo. Sister Sister sounds familiar. And I haven't heard of any of the others, but nice list. Viviana says, happy reading, everyone. You're very welcome. I'm assuming you're heading out. I hope you have a great afternoon. Christina, are we hydrating? Yes, I probably need to hydrate more. So thank you for reminding. And yes, thank you. Yeah, from Nikia. And hello, Kaylee's. How are you? I hope you're doing well. And you're new here. Yes, you are. Well, welcome, welcome, welcome. And nice to have you here. What are you reading or working on today? Let us know. And it's good to have you. Sue made some ramen. Ooh, yum. And ate, watched a little YouTube and two chapters in Sakat. Is that the name of your book? And Oh, two okay, there we go. In Cicada Summer. Oh, it's a middle grade novel. Nice. Oh, are you Cicada Summer? What happened to Christmas? Is that over for now? Because we're basically at the end of July. And Diana has read A Month in the Country. It was a good read. You had to buy the copy as your library didn't have it. I should probably check that. I'm just assuming my library will have it. You did buy Year of Wonder and some more sticky tabs, and every time you see the cover for Drood, you think of Jack the Ripper, right? I do too. Though supposedly there's no connection now, but yeah, and this is the book Year of Wonder that Diana's talking about. And I do have a channel set up on Discord for that for weekly discussion. And Brennan read 24 pages and finished your chores. Good job. Good job. I feel like, have I even started mine? I don't know what I've been doing. And hello, Jessica. How are you? You're new here. Well, welcome. Good to see you. Good to have you here. And you reached 79%. Nice. In Midnight of Ashes. Very good. Is that fantasy? That sounds like a fantasy title to me. So let me know. But I hope you are enjoying it, especially since you're almost 80 the way percent through. Christina read a little and melted a lot. Oh no, that must mean it's really hot. Nani just got to page 31 of The Sea of Monsters. Nice. And you're going to go have lunch. Enjoy. Yes, welcome to Kylie. Yep. And Alicia, we are doing kitty cuddles. Oh, with the one not feeling well. Okay. And you got to page 372 out of 558. Nice. And hello, Smitty. How are you? You're reading A Cup of Silver Linings. Ooh, I like the idea of that. And Sue, nope, starting another Krampus book next Friday. Okay, fair enough. I was like, oh, it's Christmas over. Oh, gosh, that's funny. And Anne, we have it all put together. Yay! Except for the Chase Lounge. Okay, well, hey, that's cool. You don't need that to have lunch. We quit. I don't blame you. That you put together a lot. And yes, and a hello to Jessica. Yeah. And hi to Christina. Yes. And every time you check the temp, it's gone up. Yeah, you probably still have a few more hours of that, huh? And your, your son told you to stop looking. Yeah, it's like a unlike a watched pot, the temperature will boil quickly. And Moni, hello, read 25 pages of an immense world. I have seen that book. How are you liking it? Let me know. It's on my TBR list. Animal nonfiction, I have heard. I really don't know what it's about other than that. I guess it's about how animals see the world. Is that correct? Let me know if you're enjoying it and welcome, welcome, welcome. And let's see, I think that is the last comment I can see. Yes, it is. So I'm going to tell you what I'm going to be working on next. So I am going to continue reading in a novel bookstore. This book is, I feel like, going relatively quickly. I'm enjoying it. And then I really need to start working on my to-do list here because I don't think I've actually done anything on it yet. Um, well, hmm. No. Yeah. Yeah, I've done nothing. Nothing on my page of things to do. So I might get a little of that done during our next sprint. And I'm kind of like slowly sprawling all my things all over this couch. So I need to fix that. So that's probably what I'll be doing in the next sprint that we have. Let's see what Moni said. Oh, you love it so much. So far, so good, right? Okay, good to know. What are you liking about it? Because I've seen a lot of positive feedback, but I feel like a lot of what I've seen people say about the book is just briefly mentioning it, what it's about, but not really saying why they're enjoying it or what's good about it. Is it just like good writing, interesting subjects, new perspectives? I don't know. And Anne, it looks like rain. Oh, so you need to put the cushions away. All that work, and now it's gonna rain on it for you, Anne. I tell you, outdoor patio furniture. Yeah, but today does seem to be like the hot day or the rainy day. And Christina says it might rain. Oh, but not until 10. Uh, well, yeah, don't you just love the horrible hot heat? And Alicia, we call that nesting. I do a lot when I'm working on planner updates and journaling, with stickers and pins. And yeah, well, I'm clearly not doing any of that. I've just taken the time to plan out the day and then have not followed said plan at all. So, maybe I'll split the time and I'll see how much of my list I can get done in the next 30 minutes and then spend the 30 minutes after that reading. That sounds like a plan. Let me try that. I'll let you know how it goes. And no sooner or later they will get wet. True. That is true. Yep. And not muggy, although it's funny the other way. Uh, oh gosh. Oh, moggy. And yeah, not the moggy. Maybe that is all part of the plan. Yeah, yeah, that seems to be part of my plan at least. That seems to be what I have going on is like my plan is to just know. I mean, honestly, that is sometimes a plan, is to just know what needs to get done. And none of that is stuff that has to get done today. So there is a part of me that's aware of that like I know what I need to get done now, and I also know that it doesn't have to get done today. Do you see this like sunlight peeking through here, creating this like really bright light? It's because the sun is just starting to hit that side of the house, and because of the light in the clouds, it's coming through. extra bright. It's kind of funny. And it talks about the senses of animals. Okay, in a very approachable but science-based way. I can only get through it slowly. I could see that, yet because some phrases are so beautiful. Oh, I was thinking just like slowly because it's so scientific, but slowly because it's so beautiful and makes you reflect and think about things. Oh, interesting. Well, that's probably why so many people like it. So thank you for sharing because I feel like that's more than I've heard anybody else say about it, including people who have done reviews. I don't know why. Maybe they're just busy thinking about the book as they talk about it. Anyway, I'm going to use the fact that we are ready for our next sprint to just go ahead and get back to things because I'm now also getting text about I don't know what, but I can find out when we get back into our sprint. So I'm going to go ahead and make this a shorter break. And I will pull our timer back up for us. And yeah, I'm going to do my 30 minutes of stuff and then read for 30. That is my plan. I'll see you when we get back in an hour. Hello, hello, and welcome back. I disappeared the timer a few seconds early there, but it all worked out in the end, I guess. How did that sprint go for you guys? Mine went well. I don't know where I put my to-do list. Oh, I see it over there in the kitchen. But I did get through, I got through a lot of it because some of it ended up being irrelevant because we have a lot of stuff going on with the working on finishing selling our house. But anyway, so I did get quite a few things done off my, I was about to say grocery list, stuff done off my list. And then I actually spent the last 40 minutes of the sprint, more or less so, reading this book. And then at the very end, I had to send a quick email. This is still going really well. There was a chapter that just came up that I absolutely enjoyed every second of. And yeah, I think this might be a five-star read. I'm like very surprised by this book. Like I thought it was just gonna be like cute and fun, and it's so much more than that. And ironically, like it's not even talking about like the mystery behind what's happening. Like everything I'm reading right now is the backstory, but I'm loving the backstory so much. So if the backstory ends up being the rest of the book with just a little wrapping up of the mystery at the end, I'm okay with that. Um, I will say, if you were interested in reading this book because you love mysteries and, problem solving and detective work, it might irritate you because there's none of that happening yet. Like they're sharing their backstory with the detective, but they've been sharing the backstory for the last 100 pages. So if that's not your jam and you don't want to hear about everything else, just keep that in mind. But I am personally loving what's happening. Yeah, so I'll go to the comments and then I'll share what I'm doing in the next upcoming sprint. And hopefully, you guys aren't hearing the dishwasher in the background. I don't think you will. I'm pretty sure I have directional mic on. Anyway, Alex was reading Heaven and Earth Grocery Store. Oh, you love James McBride. He is wordy. Yeah, my personal opinion on that book is that you're not having a hard time focusing and that it's that book. Personally, like that was a book that I read as part of my family book club. Um, actually, before it became wildly popular, we have the habit of doing that. Like we pick books because my family's all about new releases, so they pick books the second they drop. And we've read some that have then become like months later movies and have become like wildly popular, like the Heaven and Earth Grocery Store. I think we read this like last summer. Like I think we decided to read it the month before it even came out. Um, and we weren't huge fans, which we have found funny ever since because we read it way before it started getting hyped up and we were like, this is okay. But it was kind of wordy. And there were a lot of people, and we kind of wish he had done other things. I don't know. We thought it was interesting. But we didn't think we were very surprised, let me say, when it started going wow. Metzley's Wi-Fi is playing games with her. Oh no. Okay, you'll be cooking and making lunch. Okay, hopefully by the time, yeah, hopefully you're still here, Metzley. Hopefully the Wi-Fi is getting its act together. And Shannon's putting laundry in the dryer and taking a break from reading. Oh, because you have a headache. Oh no. Okay, well, hopefully, like doing something else will help. And Christina finished Death in the Castle Dark. Nice. Congrats. What was the rating? How'd you feel about it? Pros, cons, whatever you want to share, and figuring out what to read next. And Viviana, good afternoon. How are you? Are you back? Hope the time you were gone went well. Zoe had to do more work and just want to read. Oh, I know that feeling. Well, hopefully you're getting through the work today. And hello, Jessica. How are you? Just waking up, had breakfast, turning on the computer, doing a few sprints today. Okay. Doing a few other people's, or are you doing your own? And reading Covenant with the Vampire. and filming your live reaction to Read the Beats too. What is that? I don't know about that, Jessica. I'm getting some like awesome lighting here. And Teresa talked to the vet and eye doctor and started a load of laundry. Okay, sounds good. No reading yet, but fair. Tia got to 11%, took the tiny human to the park. They like to do that, don't they? And ran an errand for your mom back inside with ice water and fan because the heat. Oh no, not a migraine. I won't even say the word any further because that will give me a migraine. But oh, I hope you feel better and it dissipates. Hello, Jasper. How are you? Just joining. You've been in a slump. Oh, so you're trying to make a point to make time. Okay, fair. Mom showed you a new type of doodling. Ooh, what type of doodling is that? Because that sounds fun. I Zentangle. That's my fun doodling. Is it that? Is it something else? I'm very invested in your other type of doodling now. And you're listening to Warrior Girl. Brennan read 7 pages. Nice. And then switched to a nonfiction, read 49 pages. Okay. I feel like you need a bit of a break from reading. Fair. I'm going to take a reading break on the next sprint. Metzley just realized the headaches you've been getting are because you need new glasses. Oh, yep. That'll do it. Okay. Well, hopefully you'll be able to get those soon. And Viviana is on page 364 of Shining. Nice. And Alicia got to 422 out of 558. Ooh, we're getting close, Alicia. Are you thinking you'll be able to finish it today? And Nani spent time with her mom and ate some ice cream. Yum. What flavor ice cream? So I've found at least one local favorite ice cream place so far. So like we're making it a point to try all the different ones, but this one I've now been back to 3, 4 times, partially because they have an ice cream flavor called Grasshopper, which is my favorite, with which is mint ice cream mixed with Oreo, and it's so good. And then when I took my son there yesterday, because he also loves that flavor and they make it homemade, he discovered that their seasonal flavor, which I had been blind to, is banana pudding, which we literally a few years ago had. I think it's Turkey Hill makes a banana pudding. If you ever see that in your store, grab it. That stuff is incredible. And so he got the banana pudding here, and it actually had like the soft Nilla wafers in it and everything. I just had a teeny tiny bit, and I forgot to ask him because I then became obsessed with my grasshopper, how he liked it. But it seemed pretty good, but not as good as the banana pudding by Turkey Hill, because this one seemed a little too sweet to me. Whereas Turkey Hill's was like creamy. It was everything, guys. Okay. Sorry, moving on. I got stuck on the ice cream there. And Sue just started a jigsaw puzzle. Nice. What's your jigsaw puzzle of, Sue? And now do you hope this next sprint you can read another 50 pages? That would be nice, right? And Tia's still sprinting. Wonderful. Glad you're still here with us. And you have 30 minutes left for work. Almost done. You might have a 5-star as well. Ooh. And 25 minutes left. Okay. And you've been grinning the whole time. Oh, that is a good sign. An at first bite. Okay. Well, there you go. What genre is that? So we know if we're looking for a 5-star read. And Atia, love that you and your family do a book club. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. There are a lot of readers on my mom's side of the family. And so, like, a lot. Like, some of them, like, are like, I finished the book. And we're like, we're on meeting 2 for the book. Like, we were on a roll until this summer when 2 of us moved at exactly the same time. So I'm hoping we'll start up. I could use them to start up in September. August is looking a little crazy. So unless they want to read something I'm reading, they kind of need to start in September. But we have been going since the summer of 2020, I want to say. Um, and it had nothing to do with like COVID. It just happened to be that's what worked. And we meet online every single week and on Zoom, and we discuss the book that we are reading. And we each take turns choosing a book, which is so interesting because I would say we all have fairly different reading tastes, but and I'm always pushing them. But on a fun note, I did get everybody in my family to enjoy reading The Scarlet Pimpernel, which I felt very proud of. They were like, they started the book and they were like, "What is going on in this book?" And I don't like it. But by the end, they were like, "We're finishing it," and da-da-da, the drama, they loved it. I was happy. And Tia, what kind of plant is that co-starring? It is a fake plant. That's the only kind of plant that will be able to appear every single week looking like this. And a dusty fake plant. And no, Anne, I haven't given it a shower yet. I still need to. But yeah, it's Plasty the plant. is who that is. Hey, Christina, when was the last time you refilled your water? A while ago. I don't even know where my water is right now, Christina. Well, thank you for the reminder. I need to find it. And Moni, you read 15 pages about the sense of smell. Ooh, one thing you learned is that science can't measure how well an animal can smell. Oh, unlike seeing where you can measure light waves. Oh, interesting. And smells have okay, I need to pick up this book sooner than later because you're like selling me on it. It's been on the like TBR list for a while and I want to read it, but it's just been kind of like hanging out there. I think I can get the audiobook. That might be the next audiobook I listen to. And for example, mice are way more dependent on the sense of smell than humans, but there are aspects where humans have a better sense of smell. See, you never hear that. We can differentiate smells better than mice. I could believe that. I could believe that, especially when pregnant. Like when I was pregnant, I could tell you what food we had in the fridge, what had gone bad, what was good, what I wanted to eat right that moment. If you opened the fridge door for like 5 seconds and I was anywhere in the house, there, it was a superpower that really should have been put to the good of all humanity somehow. Like some perfume should have been made by me or something during that time period. Coffee should I could have been helping the roasters. I really wasted that. I'm telling you. Christina, just a friendly reminder to hydrate and hug the like button. Thank you, Christina. And Christina read a few more chapters and said hi to Jessica. Tia, thanks for the heads up about having a Earth grocery store. You only read a few pages, and yes, it's wordy. It is, and I will say, if you don't like his writing style, is how I would put it, in the first chapter or two, it's not really gonna get. It's not gonna change. I'll put it that way. It's not gonna change, and also, if you were reading the book because you liked the premise and like the mystery aspect of it, also don't read for that. It's really a story about a small town community and just how they operate and the people there and how they support one another in life in general, is what I would say. And Jessica, your own sprint. Okay, you will talk to me. I will talk to you more about the read beats later. Fair. And Jasper says, yeah, it's Zentingle. Okay. Just a bunch of repetitive patterns that can be mixed and matched. Just tried it Saturday and now you can't stop. I totally get it. I love Zentingle. I had to decide which books I was going to keep and not. I think I brought one book with me. If you guys don't know what it is, look it up, but only if you want to be sucked into it for a while. Because the other nice thing about it is technically all you need to do it is a piece of paper and something to write with, anything. Doesn't have to be a pencil or a pen, though there's advantages to each. And as you progress, you can make it more complicated. But there are patterns. If you did not know, Jasper, there are YouTubers who have like instructional patterns, and some of them will do like a tangle a day. And there's also websites and everything. You're welcome. Slash, I'm sorry. Hey, Christina, Jessica's sprints start at 5:30, and there's the link. Thank you. And Nani, it was, I can't even say it. I'm so excited. It was Oreo from Hollanda. What's Hollanda? But I know what Oreo is. So yay, yeah. And Alicia's not 100% sure about finishing today. Okay, that's fair. But you're gonna try, have to make dinner. Oh, true. I wasn't thinking about like food and feeding people and family. But yeah, let's go. Let me get through these so that you can get back to reading. Yes, mint chocolate chip. Man, have you tried mint Oreo, Tia? Because or banana chocolate chip. Just throwing that out there. Metzley need that flavor of ice cream here, right? Vintage barbershop poster is what Sue's working on. Oh, that's cool. And Atia, so you came by your love of reading on us. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah. And it's a romance. Oh, I was not thinking that. I don't know what I okay, okay. Yeah, I can see that now that you say that though. Not a fake not a fake plant. Yes. Yes. Atia, you may have missed the conversation about my brown thumb and the struggle bus that I was on while sitting for my neighbors and trying to keep their plants alive. Which I don't feel too bad about, guys, because it turns out that not long after we house sat for them, I think they were home maybe a week and then went on vacation for a couple weeks again. So if the plants are dead now, I was not there. I was not me. I helped them make it as far as possible. You weren't expecting that? But what type of is it cosplaying? This type that has leaves that look like that? You tell me. I like it, and I also like that you're saying it's cosplaying. Zoe, my family are also big readers, but more like 10 to 15 books a year to my hundreds. Yeah, same as mine, yeah, except for my grandmother, who's probably got me beat. Yep, not a flex. I just don't do anything else at the moment. Reading is your job. Well, hey, no complaints there. You should give it a shower. Didn't you say you have allergies? I do. I do. I am all of the above. I do need to give it a shower. I do have allergies. Yeah. And I like plastic plants except for the fact that they require maintenance of their own. They still require water, ironically. Unless somebody like I feel like if I washed it and dried it out, isn't there some sort of like dust repellent spray like would pledge work on your plant? Like, come on, it's 2024. How has somebody not invented plastic plants that don't retain dust? Just asking. And Jasper thought about asking your mom or grandma to buddy read, but your tastes are so different. Yeah, that's the challenging part sometimes. Mom's a Colleen Hoover romance type. Grandma is very slow historical type. You're the fantasy romance. I can say this. Sometimes you find your tastes may change slightly. And other times it's just funny to discuss with family because you can actually say, at least in my family, every thought that came into your mind about whatever the book is, and no one's feelings will be hurt. Because, I mean, you don't want to be like too mean about something with other people, especially if they've chosen the book. Like my family, they'll be like, no, it's a bad book. Like nobody liked it. But we try to be nice to the author, but we've read some books, guys, let me tell you. My mom swears she can smell people, and even my dogs, and even your dogs when they're sick. Is there any truth in that, you wonder? Huh. I don't know. I think like people definitely have like their own smell though, but I don't know if I could smell like when they're sick. I don't think I've ever had that experience. And to finish the jigsaw puzzle, that was fast. Or had you already started it? And now you can read. Nice. Sophia took a super long nap. Oh, very nice. I hope you enjoyed it. Sounds like you did. Now you're back. Atia, never heard of Zentangle. Oh, check it out, Atia. I know you like a good craft and a good thing. Girl, sorry, not sorry. That's all I'm gonna say. But you can do it with a good audiobook, like for sure. You can do it while doing anything. And Angela got sucked into Zentangle 5 years ago. Yeah. Jasper got a book on Libby called One Zentangle a Day, working on day 3, even since I did days 1 and 2 yesterday. Yes, and you can progress in it very quickly. I actually, in my bullet journal, I used to do my like Zentangle for each day. And that was like the prettiest my bullet journal had ever looked when I was doing that. And Hollanda is an ice cream brand. Okay. and you think they sell it here in Mexico. Oh, the Oreo. Monkey Monkey is good. It is good. That's another banana. And si es una marca mexicana. Oh, okay. And Jasper also ordered like 2 books with patterns in them, also splurged on some super thin pens, blending yeah, okay, you're in deep. You're in deep. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's what happens. Vanilla ice cream with walnuts and chocolate chunks. Yep, that's Chunky Monkey. Yeah, this type has leaves that look like that. Yeah. How else do I describe it? Ah, and Alicia loves double fudge brownie. Oh, that is good. And moose tracks. Yep. And you did write in Spanish. That's okay. I got it. I knew that's what it said. I guess I could have translated for you, Metzley, instead of just reading it and going, "Oh, okay." For the like not helpfulness of any non-Spanish speakers. It was fast. Oh, okay. So it wasn't just me that was super fast. Okay. Believe you can smell changes. It's like smelling the rain. Oh, that makes sense. I can usually predict when it's about to snow, like feel and smell. So I could see that. And Jasper Buddy read The Good Girl's Guide to Murder trilogy. I was about to say triology because play out with your boss and her boss, waiting for one to finish the last one since she's been so busy. Okay, we all appreciate the art of murder. Yeah, don't murder. But you can appreciate reading about the art of it. Very good. Ooh, just barely made it to the end of the comments. Very good. I am going to go on this next sprint. I think I'm going to go and show my son where he can go running in the area and do a quick walk myself. So that will be half my time. And then I'm going to come back and read some more. And then after the sprint, I will start, well, like after the sprint, and then we talk again. That will be my cooking dinner sprint. So that's where I will be up to, or what I will be up to. And real quickly, Metzley said, "Ooh, oh, well, okay. My comments aren't working. Okay, you think there's an app that identifies plants? Does it identify fake plants? Plants and cosplay? Loose Tracks is delicious. Oh, good night, Moni. Happy sprinting. Thank you. Have a good night, and thanks for joining us, and hope to see you next Monday. All right, let me get our timer up here. And I will restart the time for us. And I'll see you all in an hour. Happy sprinting. A little slow at getting it all together here, guys. Hello, hello. Welcome back. How'd your sprint go? Mine went well. What did I even do? I don't know. I went outside for a walk with my son, but it took us a while to get our acts together. So we only walked for 30 minutes, but it took an hour, if that makes any sense whatsoever. So that was my entire sprint. And then I sat here for about 10 minutes and spoke with my husband who just got home. And then on the next sprint, my son asked if I could take him around and show him where he could run and do pull ups because he's got to keep his workout going until he goes back to college. So that's what I will be doing on the next sprint, which is in some ways lovely that I'm in an area where I could drive him to show him the park and drive him around it and get back. And I'm letting you know right now that will not take an hour for me to do. It'll be interesting to see how long it takes, but it won't be an hour unless he drags his feet, and then it'll be an hour. Anyway, let's see. When I left off, Moni had just said goodnight. Metzley was saying, I think they won't be able to notice the difference between a real plant and a cosplay. Yes. And this was, in case you're wondering, in reference to using like plant apps to identify types of plants. And somebody had asked me, Atia had asked me what type of plant this was, cosplaying. And I said I didn't know. And somebody suggested an app. And I was like, I don't know if the apps will identify cosplay pants. You know what I'm saying? Pants. It's getting a wreck here, guys. I know, right, Atia? And Coda listening for a moment. Oh, right as we went into the sprint. I'm sorry. I hope you had a good 10-minute break, but you probably can't hear us because you're probably working again. And yeah, that's helpful. Try to identify through the screen. Yeah, exactly. Plant identification. Do you want to zoom in so you can study the leaves? Oh, I check my boxer. Okay. Right now, later, soon. Oh, I don't have anything on my boxer. Oh, maybe my boxer signed out, Coda. Oh, oh, oh. No. Coda was sharing that he was scrolling. and and his screen that had me on it had frozen. So he took a screenshot so I could see it. Hilarious. Love it. Christina made egg salad in the last sprint for supper. Ooh, I haven't had a good egg salad in a while. Okay, egg salad controversy time. What do you put in your egg salad, Christina? Everyone. I like egg. There's got to be some sort of relish happening for sure. And my favorite is actually the sandwich mayo that has like mayonnaise and I think relish all mixed in and paprika. What else do I like in my egg salad? I don't know. But if you like egg salad, tell me what you put in yours and let's discuss. And Atia says to Coda, you might be able to identify the plant and cosplay. That's true, Coda. If you were here, what is this plant? If you're still here, can you tell? Can you zoom in? Can you make it bigger? That is the leaf. And Christina says hi to Coda. And oh, what is now listening in silence? It was the worst timing, Coda. I'm so sorry. And Christina was like, "How's your work going?" At least you got to chat with people, right? Metzley, don't remember the names. It's something like iNatural or iNaturalist. There's a couple. I know what you're talking about. Yeah. So you said hi to Coda. Missed it, Atia. What plant? Hopefully they told you. You took a picture with your iPhone and said, Siri, do everything. It came up as fiddly fig. Oh, I could believe that. I could definitely believe that. Yeah, we could go with that. And Coda, the one, yeah, that one. Oh, work's been going fast today. That's always good. Oh, see, fake fig. There you go. There you go. Look at Siri doing it through the screen and all. And Sue was going to guess fiddle leaf fig. Okay, it's been 30 years since you had plants, but they don't survive here for some reason. You don't like plastic plants. Yeah, I feel you on that one, Sue. I have very mixed feelings. Like, I like the idea because they're forever green until they get like forever green beige because they get dusty, which is my main reason I don't like them, is they get dusty. Like, I need to invest money into making a dust-free plastic or even like dust-free environmental plant. Like, what would that be? Because I'm eyeballing this other plant that's over there that I'm like, that just looks like a plant of dust. Let me see if I can show you. You see that there? I mean, it looks like something you dust your house with, and there's no way if I shook that, that every dust mite on the planet wouldn't simultaneously come out of there. Like, it looks like it spawns dust mites. And okay, fiddle leaf fig. There you go. Yep. Wow. We could have asked Coda. Right, exactly. Well, we just need next time, guys, that's what I'll do. I'll just take a picture and boxer it to Coda. There we go. Now we know. Hi, Courtney. How are you? Courtney's also at work. Thank you for hitting the like button. Viviana says hi. Drop the link to your channel. And I see that Christina did it. And Christina said hi. Viviana's on a roll on page 400. You are on a roll. And there's the link to Courtney's channel. Courtney also does sprints. So if you guys ever want to visit on Courtney's, she does sprints on Tuesday mornings and now on Sunday mornings. And sometimes Thursdays, but I know that's like not a regular thing anymore right now. Viviana is gonna, oh yeah, I read that. Yeah, and a thanks to Christina for all she does. Alex catching up on the last chapter regarding wordy James McBride. No to expect that from him. Yep, if you don't mind it, like, then yeah, you'll enjoy it. Took you multiple times to read Dinky King Kong. Oh, and you ended up liking it. I want to read it, but I've read 2 James McBrides. Not such a fan. No, maybe I've read 3 of his. And Anne is sitting outside reading and watching the river. Yay! Look at that. All that paid off. Oh, and there was a heron trying to catch his dinner. Oh, yay. Yay for new furniture. Blue herons are so beautiful. Yeah, they fly over where you kids play baseball and you get distracted every time. Yeah, bird. We have a ton of them around here too. Yeah, multiple times per game. That's so funny. And remember to hydrate and hike this whole day. That last part, hug the like button. It's been a struggle all day long. In case you weren't here for the 17 other times, I've messed that up. Thank you, Christina. Sophia made dinner and pinatas. Ooh, and read a couple of chapters of your book. Sounds like a good time. Sue got to chapter 3 of Kissed by the Krampus. Oh, 2 pages of trigger warnings. Wow, crazy. And Atia got to 18% and have some cheese and crackers. I love cheese and crackers. Christina read some more. Yay. Happy Monday to you too, Emily. Ooh, still working on Illuminate until you decide if mixed media is for you. Okay, let me know. And let me know if it's not for you, why. Because I also want to try Illuminate, mainly because I want to try mixed media. But spoiler, on my August TBR, I have a mixed media book, but it's adult fiction as because I think Illuminate is YA. But there's a part of me that's thinking if I don't like this one, that I should still try Illuminate because maybe it's just the fiction that I don't like. Let me know. Diana, general question. If you notice something wrong in a book, does it bother you? It depends. It depends. Wrong like how? Like, let's break it down, Diana. Sometimes yes, sometimes no. Like, do you mean like wrong, like grammatical mistake, spelling mistake, wrong, like people doing wrong, author being wrong? Like, there's so many levels of wrong, and some of them bother me, and some of them don't, and some of them the author can make bother me. And Zoe, pretty sure it's a fiddle leaf fig. Yep, yep. And Betsley says, depends. Word, no fat, no facts, yes. Oh, if the facts are wrong, interesting. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. And a radish and potato in the potato salad. Oh, I've never thought of radish. I could see that adding like a little zing. Yeah. Mayo, not salad dressing. Yep. Spicy mustard. I don't mind a mustard in my egg salad, but I don't want it to be all mustard, like only mustard. You know what I mean? But I can definitely blend in some spicy mustard or like whole grain, like stuff. Oh, onion. I'm not a big raw onion fan. Maybe like you know, what are those roasted onions? That's not what they're called. Where they get all golden in color. I could maybe do that. A little sugar. Oh, interesting. And the eggs. Yeah, of course, the eggs. Oh, Strim still going? No, it's not, thankfully. Did you hear Strimming? And Alex, oh gosh, last time we had this discussion, you ended up making potato salad. I know, but it's egg salad this time. Oh, keep it simple. I like that. And pickles. Yep. Yeah. Anybody else want egg salad now? Hey, Christina, seasoning, salt, pepper, paprika, maybe garlic. Garlic would be good. I like that idea. And Rachel went to the lake, fell asleep, being super relaxed. Ah, nice. And woke up and said, should probably go home now before the ducks adopt me. Yeah. So long as he didn't get burnt by the sun, it sounds great. Tia, now y'all making me hungry for, yeah. When we all have egg salad for dinner, I won't question. Real plants get dusty too. Oh, really? See, that's how little I know about real plants inside. You gotta dust them. See, that's why you need like windstorms. Maybe you could buy that stuff for the computer and like blast your fake plants with it, the stuff that's meant to get the dust off your computer. Do you think that would work? I took him outside and blasted him. Hard-boiled eggs, relish, mustard. Yeah, okay, I'm with you. And Atia used to swear you had a brown thumb. You were there killing succulents. It's me. It's me. But ever since you got your money tree, she began to thrive and you've become more confident. Maybe I need to get one of these. Let's find out the real name of this, Atia. Have Siri do her magic. Tell me what it's actually called so I can get one. And Coda is super to throw them in the shower. Yeah. The real plants or the fake ones? Anne told me I can throw this fake one in the shower too. That's on my list of things to do. And Tia says that, and also pothos, devil's ivy, and air plants. What's an air plant? And ponytail ferns? Are those the ones that have the curly cues on the end? Ah, interesting. I don't know what any of those are, but it's good to know. um, Anne says, think James McBride should have won a Pulitzer by now. I could agree with that. Like, he has a really good work, and I don't think his novels are bad. I just personally don't like his writing style, but I can appreciate what he's doing in all of his books. Like, I haven't thought that any of his books were bad, and they are definitely books that I would recommend to certain people. So, yeah, I would agree. Like, how has that guy not gotten a Pulitzer? Like, what does he need to do? What does he need to write? Like, how did he not get one for Heaven and Earth grocery store? Is that up for it this year? Did they already have it this year? Could he not get it until next year? How does that work? I always like miss the publication dates versus when the Pulitzer cutoff is, but I think he missed it. Like, he would have had to get it this year, right? Christina, hike the like. Yes. Zoe just moved to a different continent, so there was no way you could bring any plants with you. You had a pink princess phalo. Ooh, that sounds nice. Yes, do, Christina. Start saying that and see how long it takes people to figure out that it's not like the no. Hit the like. Just figured out why the phone has been so quiet. Oh no, why? And oh, you unplugged the modem. Oh no. Oh my gosh. You had to get a new modem after the storm and have you plugged the phone into the wrong port? Oh, that would be why no one's calling you, huh? Oh no, and there was no dial tone. gosh. Oh my gosh. Well, hey, yeah, there's that. At least no like fake calls. Illuminate is incredible. Okay. Oh, fact. Okay. Okay. Yeah, just a small swirl of mustard for Christina, but Illuminate is incredible. I mean, that's the only feedback I've heard about Illuminate, in all fairness, Adia. Uh, and Diana, that's what would bother you. Oh, also the no fact mistake. What kind of fact mistake? Like if it's a fact mistake about like historical things, that bothers me. And if it's something where it's like you knew and you just chose to put it in there wrong or to make it up in a William Styron, I'm looking at you kind of way, yeah, that would irritate the crap out of me. Christina, I prefer either red onion or green onion. Green onion I could see. I still don't know if I'd want it in my egg salad though. You're gonna make pasta salad tomorrow. Depends on the weather. It has to cool down in order to boil water to make that pasta. Yeah, that's true. And Jessica finished my book. Yay! And made tacos. Ooh, that was a good sprint. Taco finish. And Christina has a dusting thing and dust our plants. Yeah. Uh, and Rachel was in the shade. Oh, nice. But the ducks did stop to look at you. Oh, like 18 inches into the water, cracking like, what is she doing? Does she know that that's where we get out of the water and take our shade? Yep. And Anne says, put the fake plants in the shower. And Diana says, Anne, I think I'm just being petty. It should not bother me. Okay, okay. What book are you reading again, Diana? Because now inquiring minds want to know. Smitty read Illuminae with the audio. I have heard that the audio is really good too. You feel like in your movie theaters. Oh, that sounds fun. And you put your real plant. I have seen people put their real plants in the showers too. Yeah, now that you say that. You used to watch a YouTube channel called Plantarina, but it got you overconfident. And now you have no plants. Oh no. That's not good. Okay. So warning, don't get overly confident if you watch that channel. That's hilarious. Yeah, see what was a fact mistake? And you'd send the author an email. That's wise. That's a good idea. And money tree, is it a succulent, right? Siri says money tree's real name is a Guyana chestnut. Fancy. And it's impossible for horses to vomit. Oh, so they just got like they didn't fact check. They didn't like, why would you just come up with that? That's like a really random thing to say in a book. What was the book again? And Tia was saying to Metzley, no, not a succulent. It would already be dead. It's a neotropical tree species. Okay. And the Metzley has no idea. And the Heaven and Earth grocery store was eligible this year, and Night Watch won. Oh, that's right. Night Watch, the book that no one liked, won over. Yeah, okay. See, now I understand even better why people were mad about the Pulitzer. Was he nominated, Anne, for the Pulitzer? Because like if he wasn't even nominated, like that's yet another like what was going on. But I don't understand how Night Watch won. I didn't read it, but I haven't seen a single person who has said that they've liked it, let alone understand why it won. Interesting. And Christina, maybe during football season, forgot what we were talking about. Alex also loved Illuminate. Yay for Jessica for finishing. That's right. And Metzley cannot enjoy the movie The Meg. You think that's the name? Okay, because putting aside the Meg, the rest of the movie, the whole time you were like, what? Oh, because the whole thing was like fake facts? Oh my gosh. Oh, yeah, yeah, especially if it's that blatant, I wouldn't like it. Alicia started cooking dinner, made a phone call to the vet, oh, for the cat. Oh, going back to the vet. Poor kitty. And you read 10 pages. Not too bad. Hi, Jamie. How are you? Oh, yes. You just finished making the banner for the next Dewey's Read at the window. And you're going through your site posts. posting the new banner. Well, good. And that was in Druid? Huh. See, I must okay, I haven't gotten that far into it, but that surprises me because yeah, that's kind of like a weird fact to throw in there. And then he's looked up so many other facts. Clearly, that didn't annoy me in Druid, mainly because I clearly didn't notice that he said that. But like of all the things that you would say and not bother looking up, like, because then it sounds like you made that up. Okay, in Druid, yes, that would probably bother me, and it's gonna bother me now that I know. So thanks, Diana. But no, it would bother me because it's a historical fiction book, and I feel like there's so many other ways that he's subtly hinted that he's put a lot of time into researching things. So to then mention offhandedly a fact that that's not true, yeah, yeah, now it bothers me, Diana. And Alex says Gemini Illuminate Book 2 should be with audio because there's a song on repeat. Oh, okay. Okay. Good to know. And he was not even stop and stop. S- What? Why? Has McBride won other Pulitzers? Because I know they get some of the panels get biased based on that. And read this book. It will make you feel so much better about things like the Pulitzer because it's going to make you everything you think about the Pulitzer Prize committees at this point. That book will make you go, yeah, yeah, that's about right. Um, that's just messed up. That doesn't make any sense to me. And like this is coming from somebody who's not a huge fan of James McBride, but like I can appreciate the work that he is doing and the authorship that he has and how much other people like his work. Like it's good work. Uh, mm. And the next Stewie's Readathon, by the way, starts at 8 a.m. on Saturday, October 26th. Thank you for letting us know. It is impossible for a human to walk at the bottom of the ocean, especially with just a diver suit. I know. Yeah, I could see that would be, yeah. And there's the information about the money tree. Thank you, Christina. And Alex couldn't watch all of Meg either. Book was fun, but the movie was a no. Oh, and that's after you watch Sharknado. So that's saying a lot. Oh, football season to remind you to hike the like. There you go. Ooh, I like that, Christina. A quick Google of Night Watch shows that it doesn't seem to be very well liked trauma fiction. Yeah, I haven't seen a good review on it yet, Zoe. And like, there were people who were like flat out mad that it won because they were like, there were some people who questioned that it was even on up for consideration. Christina, is that what you have, Atia? Yeah, I think it is. Metzley, just me, empty out my lungs of oxygen, and I'll be able to walk down there. Oh yeah. If only that's all we had to do to walk on the bottom of the ocean, right? Margaret, oh my, yes, we are still on. We're here until 9, Margaret. You're back from the post office, World Market, and buying shoes. You got a lot done today. And Emily, if it wasn't a finalist, the other finalists were Same Bed, Different Dreams. I don't know that. And Wednesday's Child. Huh. Haven't heard anything about either of those. And like, I get it, the Pulitzer is not like a popularity contest, but I feel like the way people felt about the Heaven and Earth grocery store, which not everybody liked, but I don't feel like that has to be the case either. But I felt like it was a book that was really hyped, that lived up to the hype for a lot of people. But hold on. Uh, and I'm here like defending a book that I didn't like. So saying it was trauma porn is being nice. Oh, wow. Okay, page 65. I'm on this next sprint getting up and looking that up because I know I've read past that. And you're upset. Yeah, there are a couple of winners. Yeah, I know that is true for the Pulitzer in general. Like most people I know who are reading all the Pulitzers have a couple that they're like, "What? What?" And Teresa, one might watch on Goodreads. Oh, and they never sent it to you? Yeah, be happy. Don't worry, be happy. We'll sing the song for you. Oh my gosh. Yeah, you should complain. Like, why did they send you your book, your prize? Maybe they too were like, we sent those copies back. Nobody wanted them. Anyway, all right, let's go into this next sprint. We will be sprinting for an hour, and then after that, we will have one more sprint. And I'm going to go and show my son where to go do some pull ups. I will not be doing pull ups. I'll see you guys in an hour. Hello, hello. I'm back. I was reading away, paying no attention to the timer. And sorry if you hear kitchen noises in the background. Hubby is making rice and beans and steak and onions, bistec and cebollada, Puerto Rican style. So sorry, not sorry, because I will not be sorry when my mouth is full of the food that is cooking. I should probably in the evening move out of the kitchen area, but hopefully, per usual, you won't hear as much. So, if anything at all, and you'll just be like, Nicole, yet again, we don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, when we left off, we were talking about the Pulitzer, and Alex said she DNF'd a Pulitzer Prize already this summer, and you'll stay away from Night Watch. Yeah, I've heard. Which one did you DNF, Alex? Let us know. I tried the Netanyahu's and I did not enjoy that. Even like, I think I finished the first couple of chapters or sections, and I was like, why? Why didn't you like it, Anne? What did you think was bad about it? And which, yeah, Anne wants to know what you DNF'd as well, Alex. And Nani just finished teaching you watercolor class. Very nice. Hope you enjoyed it. And good morning, Heather. How are you? How'd you sleep? I hope you had a good night's sleep. And I'm assuming you're off to work today. And needs to get an umbrella stand and a bug zapper. Oh yeah. I've also heard that the new thing other than a bug zapper is there's like, I think it's called a thermocell. You can get it at Home Depot and all of those places. And it's supposed to like release an odorless noise, sound, something that keeps bugs away like from a larger area. Like they'll keep bugs off your whole patio, not just from your table. So might be worth looking. And it's supposedly environmentally friendly and healthy sound. And your friend Cindy said if she had a deck and a library office like this, she would never go upstairs. I could see that. And your desk belonged to your great, 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 yep, three greats grandfather. That's cool. That's a nice, it's a nice piece of furniture to have. Hello, Bryce. How are you? How's your day? You'll be reading Jake. I I can't talk today, Bryce, in case you're wondering. Jade Legacy. Nice. Which is the first one in the series, right? I hope you enjoy it. I've heard good things about it. Alicia finished dinner, had chicken bacon ranch mac and cheese. Alicia, I'm coming to your house. You have all the yummy, like for cozy, cheesy food things that my heart could desire. And Heather read 2% of Good House. Oh, so sleepy. Still waking up, huh? And Anne said the entire book had no useful purpose. I could see that because that's how I felt in the very short amount that I read. So that makes me glad I didn't that makes me glad I DNF'd it because I felt like, what if I kept reading and something happened that I missed out and it didn't seem like it was going in that direction? And even when I read what the actual premise of the book was, I was like, what is the point of this? Like where is this story going and why should I care? And why did it win the Pulitzer? Like they need to start explaining their choices. Christina just finished supper and now at 197 of 349. Nice. And are we hydrating? We are. And oh, I didn't even say what I did on my sprint, did I? I did read for the last like 20 minutes or so in this book, but I did also go down into town, show my son where the park was that he could like go for runs at and exercise and work out. And then we drove back. So it was very down and around kind of thing after we played car shuffle in the driveway. And Bryce is doing great. Jade Legacy. Oh, it's the third in the series. Oh, what's the first one called then? Hmm. How have you liked it? I mean, you're on the third book, so I'm hoping that means you've liked the whole series. And Zoe, probably time for bed. Oh, have a good night, Zoe. Thanks for coming on, and you're welcome for the company. I hope you had a good day at work. And coffee counts, right? Yeah, I mean, it's made out of water. Oh, hiccups. Alicia, the chicken bacon ranch mac and cheese is one of those frozen voila meals from Publix. Ooh, may need to look for that. Ah, note to self. Metzley had to clean her room, do laundry, put the dishes away, and still not done. All the chores. And Christina says hi to Bryce and would say so, but I'm told you're wrong about that. Well, what can you do? Rachel has been disappointed several times with an interesting premise and lackluster delivery, right? Yep, totally. And Bryce is laughing and says, Happy belated birthday. And Metzley broke a glass. Oh no, be careful. Glass goes everywhere. Wear shoes. Sweet well. Vacuum. Hi, Dina. How are you? You're down to the last 100 pages of Vanity Fair. So close. But you're going to continue your reread of the passage to India. Well, I mean, why finish it all at once when you can, just make it last longer? Oh, I'll be interested to hear what you think about Vanity Fair and whether or not you feel like it was worth it. And the only reason it won is because the prize is sponsored by Columbia University. Okay. So you think there's like some bias going on there? Okay, that's fair. That's fair because it didn't make sense to me that it won. So yeah. Bryce, the series is great. Jade Legacy started a bit slow, but it's picking up now. Yeah, that's what it seems like from people who I've seen like vlog reading it. And that's why you have coffee and water, right? So you can do both. Combine. And thanks for the happy belated birthday. Ooh, zucchini muffins. Yum, yum. Emily, it's 10% in, and the story is addictive, even in mixed media. As long as the story keeps up, you think you'll make it through this format, even if it's not your favorite. Okay, so you're liking the story is addictive, but you're still not sure about the format. That's fair. That's fair. So maybe not a format you'll be like running to every time you see it. Okay. And Jamie got to 73% an audio of Murderer Among Us. I don't know why this reading is going downhill. Good fast read. Nice. I like zucchini bread too, so I can relate. Awards are less about the book author or readers and more about the select group of people who cast their votes. I would agree, Rachel. Sad but true. We would like to think it's about something else, but they clearly don't consult any of those other things. And they just go, this is what we like in this moment for whatever reason. And wait, is it Netanyahu's critical of said family more like painting them in a fun way? It's weird. From what I recall, it's kind of about them going to visit a school, but not really. It's fictional. And I don't get the sense that it actually makes any actual commentary on them. But yes, it is the Netanyahus. I think it's the father, not the current Netanyahu. It's a weird premise. And coffee plus water is double hydration. There you go. Anne's going to have a sausage and egg muffins. Yum. Hubby came home. We had supper. Hi, Charles. And now he's sitting between you and the fan. Boo, Charles. And Jamie made a spinach, lentil, and bean soup. Ooh, that sounds good, except it's hot for soup. Just added a pinch of sugar to mellow the citrus and vinegar. Sounds good. Almost tastes like some of your favorite canned soups. Nice. And how dare he do that, right? And Sue took a short nap. Good, Sue, because I know the nighttime sleep has not been a guarantee. So nap and take care of yourself for sure. Alrighty, and that is the end of the comments that I can see, which is good because this puts us at a really good time to go into our last sprint. So this will be our last sprint. It will be another hour, which will bring us to about 8:45, and then we'll have time to talk until we're done. So I think that works out perfectly. Bryce wants to know, is there a thing as cold soup? Yeah, borscht is a cold soup. You can do melon soup. I think some people have split pea soup cold. So you can have chilled cold soups, and I hate every single one of them. I don't recommend it. Don't go searching them out, Bryce, but they do exist. Very intriguing about the net and hot yahoos. Yeah. Well, it's a good thing I don't buy books and sample via library instead. Yeah, yeah, you could definitely do that. Anne says the main character is applying for a job and brings his entire family, and chaos ensues. See, Anne, when you put it like that, it sounds way more exciting than the part that I read. And I couldn't get through the applying for the job part to get to the bringing his family and chaos ensuing. Was the bringing the family and chaos ensuing part good? Or was it still boring or whatever? Metzley, okay, bye, Metzley. It was good seeing you. Enjoy the rest of your evening, and I hope you get all your stuff done, and hopefully we'll see you next week. And gazpacho is another uh, gazpacho is another cold soup. Yep, also don't like that. But some people love cold soup. So, it's a thing. You can try it. Anyway, let me pull up our timer so that we can get into our last sprint. Let me pull up the right thing that's the actual timer and reset it. All right, here's an hour, our last timer. I'll put the banner up for us, and I will see you all in an hour. Happy Hello, hello, and welcome back from our final sprint. How did that go for everybody? How was everybody's day? How did you do over the course of the whole day? Let me know that as well. So I had dinner during that sprint. I'm like, right? Isn't that what I did? Yeah. And then I also got to read more of a novel bookstore. And I have made some good progress in this today, guys, especially given how much I was like up, down, and all around, it seemed like. Let's see. When I started today, I think I started on page 62. No, that's definitely not where I started. um, when I started my book today, I don't know why this is important, but for some reason I really want to figure it out. I might have started around page 42 or something like that. Anyway, I made it today all the way to page 162. So even if my first guess was correct, I still read 100 pages of this today. So I call that a success. I'm still, whoops, really enjoying the book. I don't know. Okay, one, it's really far from a mystery story. So, again, if you're thinking based on the description of a novel bookstore that it's going to be all about the mystery, you will be sorely disappointed. Um, this book is really all about literature and what makes a good book, what makes a good bookstore, what makes a good book list, what makes a good book. Um, and where can we find them and how do we get them together and what makes good in reading and literature. So I'm really enjoying that way more than I thought I would. And so I am happy about that. So let's go and see how you all did and what you all did during this. When we left off, we were talking about cold soups. And some of you had already had to go, like we were saying goodbye to Metzley. And Anne was talking about the Netanyahu's. We were discussing that. And she said it was just a ridiculous book. Why would you do that? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. And Emily was saying to Sue, naps are lovely. Sleep is funny thing. Just learned that in the Middle Ages, people would go to bed with the sun. Yep. Wake up around 11 p.m. I did not know that. Do work, play, talk, etc., and then sleep from 2 to 6 a.m. Oh, so they kind of had like a Spanish vibe going on there. That's what it sounds like to me. It's like a long nap. I could almost see that. But you know what it also makes me wonder is if that was also tied to like the prayer cycle. Because I know monks for sure would do that prayer cycle because they would like get up and pray at like 11 and stuff. And Sue, that sounds about right. Things keep you from sleeping like you should. Yeah. And Alex missed the chat. Oh no. And the DNF was the Empire Falls. Okay. I could see that. I've read that and I recall it being a very slow paced, kind of boring book. Like one that I'm curious to read again, but then like I don't remember it being good. And Jamie, cream of cucumber soup, strawberry cream soup, and several variations of zucchini soup. Yes, these are all cold soup, and you really like creamy cucumber soup. Ugh, I don't think I could do it. I'm just not a cold soup person. And Alex's mother-in-law uses thermocells. The rest of SWAT mosquitoes when she's not looking. The rest of you SWAT mosquitoes when she's not using because she insists that it works. And you don't want to argue. That's hilarious. Good to know. Okay. So it's out for debate unless it's with your mother-in-law. And Viviana, good night to you. No more reading for today. You're very welcome for the reading sprints. Have a great rest of your evening and night. And hey, Tina. Oh, thanks for stopping and tapping the like. Yeah, I did have some good sprints today. I saw you were on way earlier today. I hope yours went well, or that you were going to be on today, something like that. And living in a townhouse, you're concerned about the noise of a bug zapper. I could see that. That's why I was thinking this thermocell you might like because it's silent, but I don't know. According to Alex, It may be silent because it's not deadly. And Dina read several chapters of Passage to India, yay, and should finish later tonight. Ooh, extra yay. Okay, well, I hope you're enjoying it as much as last time. Atia, no reading done, but opened some exciting and unexpected. Oh, you forgot you were being sent book mail. Oh, that's the best kind. The book mail that you're like, oh, I forgot I was getting this. And now you're looking up egg salad recipes. You're welcome. And Alicia put the kiddos to bed. Nice. Made it to 478 out of 558. And you'll keep reading and see where you get before you go to bed. Oh, you might finish tonight. Yeah, you might. Good luck. I hope you do. Atia also swapped out the water for your IV, and the roots gave them some nice cleaning. See, know nothing of this stuff. And Anne ordered your book. Nice. And Angela read 122 pages today. Nice. You're very welcome, Angela. And I hope you have a good evening. Yes. And thank you. I will have a good evening with my family. Yeah. And Brennan was reading 3 books today, finished none, but made good progress on them and finished chores. Yeah, that is a win. Good job. Nice. Glad you got so much done. And Atia said to Emily, that sounds like my current sleeping patterns. Yeah, because Atia, guys, if you like late night sprints, and I know some of you do, Atia does late night sprints. When do you do your sprints on a regular schedule, Atia? I haven't actually figured that out yet. I just see you like when you pop up on my thing. And Christina got to 227 out of 349. Nice. And sounds like how you sleep as well, Anne. And Christina, yes, remember to hydrate, and I almost said it again, hug the like button. And Emily is 20% in and still loving the mixed media is growing on you. And you think the journal entries and extra informative conversations help. Oh, that makes sense. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Christina, you're very welcome. Christina, thanks for all you do in the sprints, like the links I see you're about to leave. Emily is interested to see, yeah, I'm interested to see how I'm going to like it as well. So hopefully it'll happen in August. And you're very welcome for the sprints. I hope you have a good week as well. Jessica is sprinting and probably will be for a while. Is this Bree or Bray? Because I don't know a Bray, but either way, if this is Bree or Bray, however you say it, is also sprinting. So if you want to keep going, Lexi is sprinting, and she does really nice long ones usually. And Diana read up to chapter 5 on Drood. Forget the horse. You're being silly. It is a captivating book. Yeah, it is. It is gruesome. Yes, that I would say. Dan Simmons typically writes horror. I would say this book has more like body horror type of stuff. It can get like, it's not too often. Usually it's like contained in a scene and you know it's going to kind of happen and then it moves on. So I was able to deal with it. And I think the accident is probably the worst one. The rest of it that I got to wasn't that bad. But I'm glad you were able to get past the horse. And I forgot to mention, I did look up that section with the horse. And I remember him mentioning it and thinking, like, that's really weird, but I don't know enough about horses. So that didn't bother me. To me, it would have to be like something super blatant that like we all know for me to be irritated by it. But now that I know, I'm like, oh, didn't do your homework. And Rachel DNF. Oh, and it's a book everyone seems to like. Oh, I'm sorry, Rachel. What book was it? I know you always feel like, is it just me when that happens? It's not. It's not just you. And Alicia, you're welcome for the sprints. Oh, good. I'm glad it helped keep you focused. And you're very welcome as well. Yep. See you at the next one. And there's Atia's channel. Thank you, Christina. You're welcome, Dina. Yes. Oh, good. I'm glad they're motivating. And have a wonderful night as well. And you're welcome, Diana. Yes. And good reading time. Yes. Yes. Everybody have a good evening. And oh, okay, Bray Bear. Okay, yes, I have not seen hers. Okay, wonderful. Okay, thank you, Christina. And you think, oh, okay, you think it's like Brie. Okay, and yeah, I know, right, Rachel? What were you reading? It's a running trend with you that every book the internet loves, you also want to love, but it wasn't meant to be. Oh, or yeah, not reading anymore. And Alex almost missed the last chat. Oh no, I was wondering that when I read that you missed the one before, because I've definitely done that where I'm like, oh, I'm about to miss the chat. And then I do one more thing and I come back and it's over. You're watching canoe slalom. Ooh, oh yeah, I couldn't either. I'd be like, I'm here, it's over. And oh, a fate inked in blood. Okay, I haven't read it, but I didn't see what you mean now that everybody seems to love it. And you're very welcome for the sprints. You're welcome to Alex.